This is ultimately a human rights issue. We talk about consumer rights, we talk about choice, but we have a right enshrined in the god-awful WHO of the right to health. It's a basic, fundamental human right. It comes with having clean drinking water, education, and the right to choose to make decisions for ourselves based on accurate, full information. That is a human right. This is a human rights issue, which is why so I am essentially hopeful, because for all the political correctness that's thrown at us in everything that we encounter every day, human rights is something that binds a vast majority of the people on the planet. That we have basic human rights, and one of our basic human rights is being denied by the Bloomberg, Gates, pharmaceutical companies, WHO, FCTC, CDC, FDA, blah, 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 the right to choose less harmful products to use, particularly when you look at the fact that the one that's actually killing us, cigarettes, is completely legal.
Yep.
It's completely legal, and in the United States, it's actually protected. Because the master settlement agreement, part of the agreement was that the states would never try to ban the sale of combustible cigarettes in their states. This was agreed to.
Yeah.
46 attorney generals signed on to this.
Yeah.
And the other 4 had independent agreements.
There's your problem, you see, is that because they can't stop cigarettes and they make shit tons of money out of it, which they've already spent, and now as smoking goes down, they've got, oops, we've spent all the money and it's not coming in, oops. But obviously there's going to be look, here's something that threatens that market and our diminishing returns from the master settlement, because we spent all the money in advance before we got it. Now it's going down. Now here's something that can come in and undermine even further and reduce smoking rates even further. Let's ban that instead. There's nothing at all to do with health, nothing at all to do with rights, nothing at all to do with reason, nothing at all to do with science, everything to do with money. And that's what it is. So at the end of the day, it's my money and your money that they're taking. And where I choose to spend my money, it's up to me. And if you're a regulator, you need to understand that, there's a lot of us, and between us, we have more money than Bloomberg's and Gates put together. Between us, I mean, not in my pocket, not in your pocket, but all together we do. And you're filching us out of it in taxes and whatever for products that you want us to keep using, so that you can. And you're denying us the right to choose to use less harmful products, and making huge stumbling blocks for any small companies to actually supply us with these products. This is iniquitous and wrong, and ultimately, hopefully not in 50 years before that, it will change.
But guess what? We got a lot to do. You gotta say hi to me. We go back a long way. She was 12, I was 30, but anyway.
Hello and welcome. It is Friday night, and we're here, and we're gonna do our thing, and we're gonna have some fun. We're gonna talk to you about stuff, and maybe educate you and entertain you. But anyway, welcome and hello. I see there's people. There's people here. There's Tom. Tom is always here, and Raj, and let's see. Well, I'm in here, and wow, I gotta scroll way down here. You guys have been talking. Yolanda's here, and Troop is here, and Bruni actually is here. I haven't seen Bruni in a long time, and there's a bastard in the chat room as well. So hello and welcome everybody. Good day, and all those Kioras and I don't know how buenos noches. Anyway, Kevin actually is here, and he's down a kid, so it's going to be interesting. There's Kev.
We'll see. It's okay. I haven't moved yet.
Oh,
I do have a new picture though.
You do have a new picture. What kind of picture do you have?
Hang on, let me find it.
Mm,
I got a new profile photo today. There it is.
Lane.
Yep. Look how happy he was to show that off.
Did you not? What happened to his tooth?
Oh, that's a whole nother story for a whole nother day. He was running. Yeah,
did you punch him in the nose? That's not nice.
I didn't like that picture of me, but he gave me like a little bit of hair and everything. He said, "Put your glasses on."
Oh, hey, I actually have a picture that I'll share too.
Oh boy!
Look at that!
Oh,
look at that!
The thunder from down under is in here.
I know. He hasn't been here in a while.
I know. Now I'm having chair problems. This fucking thing won't stay up.
What'd you do to your poor chair? First you knocked your grandkids' teeth out, and now
that's what I did.
You're breaking chairs. You're just unruly over there. Unruly, I say.
It needs Viagra. It won't stay up.
Last week when you blew everybody off to
that's what I did. Yeah, that's what I did.
To truck your kid, you kicked one of your kids out of the house. You prematurely got on Twitter and you were like, "Oh, well, I'm not going to be there, but Patrick's going to have a." You were a month premature. Not a week premature. A week.
4.
Time is different in Texas. You were a week premature. So we have our friend Jeff. Jeff is in the back room. I want to mess with Jeff a little bit though, because he's releasing documentary films and didn't tell us anything about it, and claims that he tagged us in Twitters, that he didn't. He probably tagged us in Facebook or Instagram, the two places that I don't go. But anyway, we showed the website. We showed his website last week.
Played the trailer
2 weeks ago. We played the trailer. We're trying to help our friend out with doing the awesome things that he's doing. Because
you gave him. I just encouraged.
I gotta
it's all in the word.
Mess with people when I can, because it's very important that we do that.
6 more years, troops. 6 more years. That's my take.
But anyway, so I'm trying to find the actual website so that we can show it again. I've got multiple things playing in my headphones right now, so I can't multitask very well. But anyway, let's go ahead. We've been talking about Jeff, so let's bring Jeff in. There's our friend Jeff. Now, Jeff, this is a new feature of the StreamYards. Not only do you type in your name, but you have an optional line that you can put under your name.
Yeah.
So like on our screens, we have our Twitter handles, but you could go under your Jeff and type in #safer.com under your name, so people would know where to go for your website.
You could do that as well for me.
I don't think I can.
Yeah.
Can I do that?
Yeah, you can.
I don't. Let me see. I don't know that I can. I'm trying. Let's see. Edit name. I can. Oh, I could put something really bad in here, but I'll be nice. I didn't know that I had the ability. I'm going to mess with Kevin all night now. See what you did?
Sorry, Kevin.
See what you did? See, now you have a www #safer.com under your name. See how cool that is? But anyway, so tell us, I'm gonna put the website up on the screen so that folks can actually look at something while you're talking. So explain to us what #safer is.
Well, it's a documentary project that I'm starting. The idea is to highlight the stories of different advocates around our community. which are pretty much fighting on a daily basis and getting stigmatized and harassed constantly, right? What they do in trying to help people get access to harm reduction products, especially in countries that they have banned these harm reduction products. So the idea is to give them a space so people can know the story behind them. I don't know if, well, sometimes it happens that we forget that there's actually people behind this, right? Or it is not highlighted enough, right? Sometimes we get a little overwhelmed with the whole evidence and science and stuff that is around. And there's a lot of stories that I do believe, right? That's my belief at least. There's a lot of stories that needs to be highlighted that people needs to know so they can feel where these people that is fighting for these harm reduction alternatives, how they started, where they're coming from, where the story, what are they dealing with. So that's the whole idea of hashtag safer. On the first episode, we visit Argentina and Paraguay. Argentina is a crazy ban the commercialization of vaping products. Even there have been people put on jail for selling harm reduction products. At the beginning of the documentary, if you watch it, it's a news report about 9 people that they put in jail for selling vape stuff, pretty much. And in the other side, 200 kilometers from where we were, there is Paraguay, which is regulated. They're going to have an expo now in March. And they have a pretty consolidated and booming market already. And dealing, pretty much being able to commercialize the product freely. Well, not freely, with restrictions, obviously, necessary.
People go to jail for selling e-liquid.
Yeah, there's raids. There have been a bunch of raids that they go actually, dress in this chemical hazard suits. The firefighters and police guys, they pretty much kick out the door and they pretty much take all the stuff and put the guys in jail.
Wow. All in theater.
Yeah.
So
it's quite a difficult situation. That's something that had happened in a few countries in Latin America where we have definitely a strong ideological push by Bloomberg-funded organizations or organizations that support prohibitionist approaches. So they have been successful in demonizing this kind of harm reduction alternatives.
Socio-political bullshit.
Yeah,
but cigarettes are still fully free to be sold everywhere.
Oh yeah, for sure.
No, those are safe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's a full-fledged
you can sell that stuff everywhere. So I did throw the link in YouTube in the YouTube chat right now. I invite each and every one of you to go to your Twitters right now and to tweet the link to Jeff's first episode, which is Argentina, hashtag Argentina or hashtag safer Argentina. Get it out. We need people to see it. It doesn't matter if you speak Spanish or not. It is subtitles.
It has English subtitles, which are carefully made to be sure that we're not saying rape instead of vape, for example.
Oh, dear God.
Good point.
Yeah.
But harm reduction is harm reduction in any language. Sometimes I will tweet someone in German or Finnish or whatever it is, and I can usually translate it on the little button Twitter has, Ed, if you're listening. And it will say the same thing I would say. and then I just retweet it in any language. That it's all the same, every bit of it.
Right.
Yeah. No, I mean, there's so much stuff going on in our space. I see people in the chat room. So today there was an FDA Q&A that was simulcast by Grim Green. I invite each and every one of you to go watch that in your own free time. Not right now. After we're done, go and watch that if you haven't already watched that. I'm not going to talk about it because I don't see any point in talking about it, because if anyone went into that thinking that they were going to get some sort of answer, I don't know where you've been for the last 12 years. The FDA is not answering questions. They're not going to say things that you want to hear. Of course, I'm not saying that it's a exercise in futility to have a Q&A with him. No. Go ahead and do it, but you're not going to hear what you want to hear.
There were a few nuggets. That's about it.
Whatsoever, it does bring them to, to know that there's a huge push, right, against what they're doing. Obviously, they have to know that they cannot do anything they like, right? That there's gonna be some people that actually question it.
Yeah, but now, I mean, demographically, here in the States, say, for example, estimate 10 to 11 million people vape in the United States.
Yeah.
But by FDA standards, that's nothing. If every person that vaped yelled and sent nasty letters to the FDA, they have people that are taking FDA-approved pharmaceuticals, groups of people that take pharmaceuticals that they regulate, that are 10, 20 times as many people as vape. You start looking at diabetics, for example, people that have diabetes. There's easily 60 to 70 million of them in the United States, which is a really sad number. They didn't raise a finger when 60 to 70 million diabetics complained about the cost of insulin. FDA doesn't care. And
the thing with vaping is that we're constant. We're not going away. I know, and I'm not saying that the people from that are living with diabetes are going away or not constant whatsoever. We have become, and I don't know, you have the whole right to believe what you're, whatever you want, but I do believe that we have been so constant through the years that we have become a little annoying to them.
Well, I can say the same 100 people that are on Twitter that are tweeting at them constantly might be annoying to them on Twitter. But when you consider that less than 1% of the total number of people that vape are informed about about the legislative issues about vaping. It's a tiny fraction of people.
And even as a tiny fraction, there have been some successes. I know that they're little and not as big as we want to, right?
I don't know that there's been any in the United States.
I do think that there have been some, to be honest.
Not any
that have been overturned.
What'd you say?
There have been some flavor bans that have been overturned that have not passed legislation, for example.
No, none of them have been overturned. Not a single flavor ban in the United States has been overturned. There have been some that didn't get voted, that got voted down. In the United States, there's only ever been one vaping ban that ever was overturned by politicians, and that was in a little town in Texas called Watauga, Texas, and that was literally 8 years ago. But you'll see, I mean, obviously, and I'm not trying to be negative. But I want people to be realistic. I want people to understand, as somebody that's been here since almost day one, that having these pipe dreams, and Brian King says that FDA might approve products that don't have the same scientific information in their application later. That right now the scientific requirements are high, and that's going to stay that way until the youth vaping numbers go down. But they might loosen some of those requirements later. But considering, even though the youth vaping numbers have plummeted, even though he says he was quoted as saying, well, I don't think that there's a youth vaping epidemic, but it is, the numbers are not good
whatsoever. And let me stop you there. Do you think that they have at least acknowledged that the so-called epidemic have gone down so much, right? Even though that they say that, and they have said it this time, and they said it before, that there's no number, and they don't even quote a number to stop being so hysteric about this, right?
No, they're never going to.
Right? But whatsoever, they do have acknowledged that the number is going down without the pressure of the advocates, of the trading organizations. Do you believe that they will have acknowledged that, first of all, because they have hid it from numbers, and it have been claimed even by a bunch of advocates that they're hiding on the numbers, even by Broad Radu saying that they're reporting this stuff wrong and all that stuff. Do you think that without that constant push, will they have acknowledged that, first of all, that the youth vaping numbers are going down, and that is actually less harmful than smoking already? I know that
as an organization, they will never say that. As one person, Brian King might get up and say that in a Q&A like he did today. But we had Mitt Zeller like 8 years ago in front of Congress say, if every person that smoked switched completely over to vaping, it would be a win for public health. I mean, they have acknowledged harm reduction without actually saying the words tobacco harm reduction. They have acknowledged it.
They prefer the continuum risk.
Yeah, but they will not make anything official. They've never posted anything on their website. They've never issued a proclamation from their high castle that oh yeah, vaping is safer than smoking. They've never done that. So yeah, I mean they can, it's like not Mitt Zeller, but Hank Azar was on a radio podcast a couple years ago and said, "Oh, well, we're going, we're looking at ways to make a streamlined PMTA process for small businesses."
I do remember that.
And that never happened because it was never an official statement. It was never something from FDA mandating or saying we're going to do this. It was just him saying something that to appease somebody that he was talking to at that moment.
Yeah, Brian King said the same thing today. Right?
Yeah.
Well, he said Congress.
Yeah.
We can't do anything. It's not our problem. We can't really actually do anything.
So yeah, I mean, go ahead and have these speeches, but these Q&As. But again, nothing he proclaims in that space is official
Or law.
Or is the agency speaking at that moment. That is just him, Brian King, talking to you. They've repeatedly over the last decade done the same thing, saying, "Oh, well, we're going to do this nice thing for you," but it never happens. And the idea that, all these companies that have submitted super expensive multi-million-dollar PMTAs to get their product approved now are going to stand by in the future and allow a smaller company to follow the same process and have to do it for 1/10 or 1/100th of the cost. That's a class action lawsuit waiting to happen.
And they don't
legitimately, the big companies will sue FDA to prevent them from allowing the small companies in. If we had to spend $100 million on our application, they have to as well. And that's equal protection under the law. So, I mean, it's bullshit, but it is the law. And it is any halfway decent attorney could argue that.
I'm so hopeful.
I mean, I'm going to be positive that at some point in the future, vaping is going to be everywhere and people are going to have the opportunity to do it. Whether I get to see it in the next 20 years or not, I'm not going to hold my breath.
And you say a number that I constantly quote, that that I say it constantly, is that this is a 20-year battle. It's still left, right? Of the years that we already have fought, there's still at least 20 more.
Well, I was going to say, I've been here 12 years already.
I agree.
So, yeah. This is a long, hard road that we're fighting here. And our road is pretty bad. Like, America, I mean, we sit here and complain from the comfort of our fancy houses, and our vape gear is pretty nice. And, Kevin and I can still order nicotine and make our own e-liquid and not have any problems without the fear that the SWAT team is going to kick in our door.
Right.
So, I don't. We have it bad, and I get angry about it. But then when I originally, what were the guys that did the vaping videos for YouTube that were friends with Aaron? We showed a lot of video. What was that other guy's name that did? Oh God, we've showed their videos here on the time.
I'm not sure you mean.
Well, there was another documentary group that did a series of videos about vaping all over the world. They did one on our friend Ray.
Crap.
Man, this is the old man brain. The old man brain's kicked in. I can't remember the name of the damn guys that used to do that. Or that were. They did a whole series of videos in Latin America.
You mean the team with Aaron Bieber?
No, it wasn't Aaron, but it was his buddies that did a series of videos.
No, but he was in the production thing. Yeah, I
yeah.
did.
New Line.
Actually, I was there in one of the videos.
New Line.
ARDT.
No, not New Line Cinema. New Line Cinema is a big, huge Hollywood company. They're doing the Lord of the Rings movies.
Yeah, a few videos. Yeah.
Yeah.
What inspired you, Jeff? What inspired you to do this?
Well, I like cinematography, and actually, I'm doing like a mentorship program with a few directors from ESPN and Netflix and all that stuff, because I really like the documentary work. Right, even though that I have never produced a documentary before. I have done commercial shootings and cover kind of events and conference and all that stuff. But I have never done a documentary work. This is the first one, right? Okay. Perhaps that's why I don't think that is close to perfect, of course. I think that I do like how it turned out, right? I'm not going to say that I didn't, because thank God I do think that it came out good. It could be better, of course. Whatever, I didn't have much time to send it out because it's a documentary series, so I have to look for the next episode and do the pre-production of the next episode. So a lot of what is inspired is pretty much what I see on a daily basis. For example, with Argentina, I do get stressed with the because there's a lot of people that are involved, for example, in the commercialization of these products, that they even sold their cars to invest on something, and then they get the SWAT team that Patrick was saying, for example, and that's fucked up. Yeah, and they go to jail, and they don't deserve it. And all of them, at least the ones that I know, are avid vapers that they were trying to help out some other people.
Mhm.
Obviously, they saw a commercial opportunity because there was a demand, but there's a genuine interest of helping people out. Like I'm sure that it have happened in the United States, where so many shops have been closed down, and there were people that they fell in love with vaping when they quit smoking, and they decide to open their own shop to help out the neighborhood, and that happens a lot. And I have seen that story many freaking times. And I do think that there's a story behind that it needs to be told.
Yeah.
Good.
It was Vida, Vida.
Yeah,
Vida
Vida
Voices.
News. Vida News.
That's who-
Vida Voices or Vida News?
Well, it was both. I think they had more than one channel, but
Yeah.
I was actually communicating with Vida Voices. I had to go through my private messages to find.
Oh, because at the beginning they did kind of a news segment, right? Like
Yeah.
and then they switched to a little more documentary work. I do remember now.
Yeah, and then like when Ray's story happened, they did a whole big video on Ray. God rest his wonderful
I do
self.
remember Janine appearing on those videos.
Yes, and they did one with Skip too, I think.
I don't remember.
But anyway, hey, let's present a little bit of your video project to our friends here.
Careful with the copyright, because you have a lot of copyright music.
Well, if they're gonna host it for you, they're are they gonna come after me because I'm? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't know.
We're too small. We're too small to get their attention. But anyway, and we're gonna pause it and talk over it so that we can get by with that.
Yep. Good call.
Compré mi primer dispositivo, automáticamente dejé de fumar.
Los cigarrillos electrónicos están prohibidos desde el año 2011 por resolución de la ANMAT.
La calidad de vida mejora muchísimo.
Porque son totalmente dañinos.
So what does that say here? La ANMAT prohibió el uso de cigarrillos electrónicos.
ANMAT is the organization that is kind of the FDA in Argentina, right?
Mm.
And they actually banned electronic cigarettes in 2011, not by a law, but like a decree, right? And then the news that is actually reporting in here, because I think that you didn't download the subtitles.
Oh,
Yeah, you can download.
it should have.
Yeah. It says that the police made 10 raids in Buenos Aires, and they actually got 9 people. What do you say? In jail, detained. Arrested. Yeah, they got 9 people arrested, and they took possession of a bunch of stuff, and that's what they're saying, that they had to call the firefighters chemical hazard team because there were illiquids there. That they were really dangerous to society.
That's because
Dangerous to
cigarettes are safe.
society. Kevin, that means that you and I are dangerous to society.
Well,
we can't go to Argentina. We're dangerous to society.
I'm on a list. You see Ernie?
I did. I don't know who Ernie is, but hello, Ernie.
El día que compré mi primer dispositivo, automáticamente dejé de fumar.
Los cigarrillos electrónicos están prohibidos desde el año 2011 por resolución de la ANMAT.
La calidad de vida mejora muchísimo.
Porque son totalmente dañinos para las...
Totally harmful. That says totally harmful to health.
Yeah, that's what the policeman says.
Totally harmful to health. So they had to summon the firefighters. Hey, there's a guy with a suit.
Yeah, he's an attorney at law.
Well, he's an important guy.
Envases, todos estos líquidos.
Porque creería que debe existir un lobby para no permitir la legalización del vapeo.
¿Y por qué motivo lo prohibió totalmente la ANMAT? Abrir una vía legal.
Yo no me considero un criminal.
So I did notice on the trailer that there were multiple people wearing these. Is this so that they will remain anonymous?
Yes, I was looking for a way. Obviously, I don't want to harm them or put them in danger of anything, right? So this is the people that is dedicated to commercialize the product. For example, he is a liquid manufacturer in Argentina. So I was looking for a way to hide their identity, right? And I start reading about the culture in Argentina, and I found the story of Gauchito Hill. Gauchito Hill is kind of a saint in Argentina, not recognized by the Catholic Church, right? Whatsoever. He was kind of think it like a close to a Robin Hood guy. This is a guy that he used to work in fields, right? And after they closed the fields, he came back to all, every single night and rob food to deliver to the people that they didn't have anything to eat, right? After a few time, he gets he escapes from the police, he escapes from the authorities, and he fell in love with the daughter of one of the field owners, one of the owners of one of the fields that he was work and where they exploded people pretty much to work on the fields, right? And he fell in love with that girl that he was promised to a sheriff from the town that they had. So they were looking after him, and actually they catch him, and they put it upside down on a tree tied, and they cut his throat, right?
Oh.
So he started bleeding. Before he was killed, he said to the police officer that was in charge of killing him, with the blood of the innocent, another innocent will be healed, who will be cured. That police officer that actually killed him had his son really delicate and pretty much in a close to death situation. He was really sick, right? And he gave the blood of Gauchito, this saint, to his son, and the son got cured. So after that, people begin to ask on Gauchito's memories for miracles, and it start happening. People start receiving miracles, receiving a lot of blessings and all stuff. And currently, there's a sanctuary, like an altar, for him, and there's a whole culture really devoted to this person, which actually have as well been kind of point out for being the care, how do you say, the saint for people that are involved in violent, or how do you say, dangerous activities. For example, the truck drivers, they're really devoted to him. So that's kind of
the patron saint.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a pagan saint, and that's why we chose him to be kind of how we cover the faces of the guys that they were involved in the commercialization of the products. I had to handmade those masks. Well, not myself, but I paid somebody to do
it. So let's see what this guy has to say.
He says, "I'm not a criminal. I don't consider myself a criminal."
So I do think that you did go to the Aaron Bieber School of Cinematography.
No,
because I do notice that Aaron has a lot of these cut like scenes, these transition scenes or whatever of like nature. Like if you ever watched A Billion Lives or there's always these scenes of like of trees and water or the mountains or whatever in between, but it's pretty cool looking.
Thanks. I take it as a compliment.
Una de las provincias dentro de una región importante de la Argentina que se llama la Mesopotamia, que está compuesta por 3 grandes provincias: Misiones, Corrientes, que es donde estamos, y Entre Ríos. Esta región está cercada por el río Paraná y el río Uruguay. Es un pueblo muy católico, muy creyente. De hecho, acá cerquita, a 70 kilómetros, tenemos la Basílica de la Virgen de Itatí.
So this is a doctor?
Yeah, he's actually the spokesperson of Realidad. I don't know if you guys have heard of it, but it's an organization who supports harm reduction and is made of health professionals and doctors from Latin America. There's a bunch of people there already, thank God. And he's the spokesperson for that organization. And he's in Argentina.
Huh? Raj is asking if it's a lady. I don't know what he's asking about. But anyway.
Which lady?
Que bueno, hacedora de muchos milagros y la gente es muy devota de esta Virgen. Y en contrapunto a eso tenemos también la devoción a un, si se quiere, entre comillas, un santo pagano, que es el Gauchito Gil.
So Gaucho is like cowboy, right?
Yeah, in Argentina.
Yeah, they have the flat billed bolo hat or bolero hat or whatever it's called.
Right. Actually, it was kind of the logo for the World Cup, Soccer World Cup in Argentina. It was a gaucho.
Yeah.
Es como quien diría.
So he's basically telling the story that you just told us.
He's saying that there's people that are really devoted to Gochito Hill, and that is a really Catholic town, even though that Gochito is not recognized by the church.
Oh, well. Yeah, I'm sure that he's not the only saint or person that people ask for intervention. You know, the Catholics, the saints, you ask the saints to intervene on your behalf. I'm sure that there are people ask for their family members to intervene, you know. So, yeah, I don't see anything wrong with that.
La situación de la reducción de daños por tabaquismo en Argentina es un tema que recién en el 2022 está cobrando un poco de interés público y redundando en algunos medios. Un poco por mucha insistencia y trabajo de parte de los vapeadores, tanto de usuarios como asociaciones tanto nacionales como internacionales, y un poco también por situaciones casuales que no eran directamente ligadas al tabaquismo, sino a...
So he's basically saying that he wants to, get attention on vaping.
He is the president of the consumer organization of Argentina. That is called.
So that's ASO Vape Argentina, is that right?
Yeah, right. Yeah. That's the consumer organization. And during the 2022, a lot of the whole harm reduction thing took a little space in media, right? They have been working a lot. The consumer organization there has been working a lot, as well as Diego with Realidad, to kind of position on a little bit of a debate already about, the role that it could play overturning a lot of ideology problems and stuff that is happening there, and a lot of corruption, to be honest.
So I have a question, because this is so we've mentioned it on this show before, that it seems that when there are demonstrations or protests or whatever you want to call it in Central and South America, that people show up. Like, I've seen videos of like large numbers of people showing up in Central and South America. So it is an active, big deal there. But, have you guys ever had any sort of communication with like Cuba?
Cuba?
Yeah.
No, we don't know shit about Cuba, and to our understanding, there's not much vaping there.
Well, I mean, obviously, with cigar being so popular
Right.
in Cuba, I imagine that's an area that would be ripe for harm reduction.
Yeah, for sure.
And since it's just recently, opened up in the last few years, and the embargo is not there anymore, you would think, there might be some communication going on. I just wondered. That just popped into my head for some reason. It's like an area that would be.
For example, in Nicaragua, we do know that there's vaping. There's stores and shops and all that stuff, and it's not regulated, but it's not forbidden. There's not a ban.
No
place.
And again, Nicaragua is one of those places where a large amount of tobacco is grown.
Wow.
Lots of cigars are made in Nicaragua and Honduras.
Right. Honduras is another country that we don't know much about because, for example, we do in Latin America, we have I believe close to 13 or 17 organizations, consumer organizations. No, 13 consumer organizations in Latin America. So we do know a lot about those countries. Whatsoever, there's some countries that we don't have. We haven't heard nothing, and we have been scrapping around to see, what we can learn and if we can actually help guide people to make an organization. We kind of do that with ARD.
But I would say that those smaller, extremely poor countries would have a lot of like Bloomberg, like trying to get his hooks in there.
Latin America is flooded with Bloomberg organizations all over the place.
But like Honduras and Nicaragua and all of those tobacco growing countries, I would say, even though, like you said, they're not banned, they're not regulated, they're just sort of operating right now.
Yeah.
Those places to me would be great targets for Bloomberg to try to. Oh, here's a check. All I need you to do is make a desk space for one of my employees to sit here and tell you what to do.
Yeah,
because we know they do that.
They do that. That's true.
Yeah.
Whatever, we do have a knowledge about some of the countries, right? For example, Mexico have like 6-7 organizations funded by Bloomberg Philanthropies and a bunch of money there. 6-7.
And, I mean, how many people live in Mexico? Mexico is a very, very huge population. I mean, especially.
And they actually, I believe that they're kind of robbing Bloomberg out of money because, for example, one organization, it's made by a guy, and then there's another organization that is by his, from his cousin. Let's say.
Yeah. That happens. That happens, but I really want everybody to subscribe to Jeff's channel so that when these new episodes show up, we need to draw attention to these places that we sort of ignore. I mean, here, at least in America, we ignore our brothers and sisters all over the world. We think our fight is this is the only place that the fight is being fought.
That's right. There's a lot of repercussions of what happened with you guys on your country.
Oh yeah,
happens to us, right?
There are no
right from North America down to us, right? And
there are no borders.
Exactly. Yeah, and we do receive the same freaking attacks, the same arguments, the same stuff that you guys get on a daily basis. We do receive those as well, right?
Yeah. Well, everything that happens here gets exported over there.
Exactly.
You're welcome.
And we know for a fact that I've apologized to our New Zealand friends multiple times because we know for a fact that Stan Glantz went to New Zealand a few years ago, and then all of a sudden they started having a lot of problems. I'm sure while he was there, he flew up to our friends in Australia, and look at that clusterfuck.
Exactly.
Literally the only country that appears in the past to at least to have been relatively, good thinking was the UK. But now all of a sudden I'm seeing all sorts of nasty stories about the UK.
No, they're not perfect. 20 limit for 20 milligram. No.
I'm talking about new things like Scotland is banning not Scotland itself, but some cities. A city in Scotland is banning this type of vape product, or and then all of a sudden you're seeing all the same stories that were here 3 or 4 years ago are now being circulated in the UK media. The youth vaping epidemic that never existed in the UK, you're seeing stories about the youth vaping epidemic in the UK now.
Yeah,
so
it doesn't exist.
And you're trying to and it's easy to guess where is it coming from, right? We know.
Of course.
Yeah, it's not a secret, and you have the University of Bath there that is pretty much like that's a real clusterfuck for truth and science.
Nick, you're a week late. Nick says, "Wait for it. Popcorn lung is coming." We already did we did a story last week and a story week before of a vapor being reported to have popcorn lung. So yeah, it's already happened.
Yeah,
he's
there's
not in the Facebook group.
I think who was the one? Somebody posted today, I believe, an article that they did, kind of a blog thing, that they were looking. Oh no, it was Planet of the Vapes, that they were looking for for one of the stories that got published in UK from a lady in United States that have popcorn lung, and it doesn't have any reports in the United States, and there's no digital fingerprint for the lady when they tried to look for her.
Right. Well, I mean, the story that we talked about last week, the girl that was reported in that article to have been quoted as saying that the doctors told her she would be on oxygen. She has popcorn lung, but she would be, she's 20 now. But by the time she's 30, she would need oxygen. And I'm like, if you have popcorn lung, you need oxygen now. And the only way to really diagnose popcorn lung is to do a full lung biopsy as a post-mortem, or to get a lung transplant and then do the testing on your lungs. That's really the only way to diagnose bronchiolitis obliterans.
Like I didn't know that until I was told.
But then they found that girl, and she's posting all over Facebook. I never said this. This is being misreported. Blah 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 blah. But it doesn't matter because the story is out in the world. The story is being re-reported. It's being shared. It's like when we questioned the reporter that just recently reported about the strip searches. There was information in that strip search, in the new article, that was not in any of the original articles. That would have been relevant and should have, if it did. And I'm like, what is the motivation of adding information now that wasn't included before, that would have been substantive before? So now you're saying, oh, well, they found multiple cartridges during these strip searches. You're saying that now. Originally, it was not mentioned at all. The only thing that was mentioned was the girl that voluntarily said, here's my vape pen. And they strip searched them anyway.
Yeah.
So now they're saying they found more vape cartridges so that they could say, oh, well, our strip searches were successful because we found more stuff. So
I know Ed and Nick remember to tell the truth. So we're all going to do a little video tomorrow. We're going to post it online. I'm Kevin, and I have popcorn lung.
Nick is asking in the chat room.
I'm going to need oxygen in 20 years.
Has anybody has there ever been any real cases of popcorn lung? The only cases of popcorn lung that can be tied to diacetyl were the original victims in the popcorn flavoring factory. Diacetyl exists in cigarettes at higher levels than what was ever measured in vaping or equivalent. There was some pretty bad ones in the beginning. I do actually know for a fact, because a company made a flavor for the vaping militia, and when they tested it, it was at like 30 parts. It was a super high concentrate. It was amazing e-liquid, by the way.
I have to tell you, diacetyl tastes really freaking good.
Oh my God, it was awesome. It was still lower.
Buttery, that buttery feel.
Oh God, it was awesome. It was awesome. It was a strawberry custard, and it was amazing. It was called Declaration, and the company that made it for us voluntarily said, we can't make this for you anymore because we're phasing out the diacetyl, and this is the highest level that we've ever tested before. This is, and what's crazy is it was essentially the combination of two liquids they already made. And the diacetyl was extremely low in both, but for some reason when they put them together, the diacetyl magnified. It was crazy.
I'm trying to keep my brain in. Are you telling me that there are responsible people in the industry who are doing things like? Oh, good.
No.
Whew, I thought my brain was going to come out of my head for a second. Hey, I'm Kevin, and I have popcorn lung.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, everybody watch the videos. Please watch Jeffrey's videos. Yes, I know that you're going to be required to read a little bit because it's in Spanish, unless you speak Spanish. But you're going to see how other people that are in our position in other countries have to struggle way more than what we do. I mean, like I said, SWAT's not going to kick in my door over here because I have e-liquid in my house. There are places where that happens.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Just saying. Now, Nick is asking me about bronchiolitis. Now, bronchiolitis obliterans is a real disease, and it has been diagnosed in the past, but not tied to vaping. Chemical exposure, diacetyl is not the only chemical that causes it. People that work in industrial type settings that don't follow the OSHA guidelines and wear the right type of respirator, there have been. I mean, it's like black lung in the coal mines. People used to get that for working in the coal mines before they had requirements for safety.
Yeah.
Yes. And it is, no, of course it's deadly. It is essentially,
yes.
I mean, it is Latin for lung destruction. I mean, obliterans, obliterated. It is, it is definitely deadly. It's worse than, stage 4 COPD. It's bad. Yes. And people can die from it.
So they're not going to need oxygen in 20 years from the.
No, they're going to be dead. That's
they're
like,
they're
going to need it now, and they're going to need it like at, high concentrations. And, most of my patients that use O2 right now, most of them are COPD patients. They use 2 or 3 liters per minute. That's the LPMs. People with bronchiolitis obliterans are up at like 6 or 8.
Tootsie roll lung.
So you're saying that the news story about the lady needing oxygen 20 years from now, it's a lie.
It is. It is. And
could or might.
I actually have stories. Jeff has to set and listen to the nonsense stories and Kevin, I threw out everything that we had everything is thrown out. This is all new content from today.
Damn.
So you haven't seen any of it.
All right, I'm ready. Not
This
even what
is
I said.
all new stuff. I threw out all of the other stuff except for the FDA warning letters not warning letters, fines. FDA has fined 4 people in the United States for that. That's in the list somewhere. And there's a Bloomberg, not Bloomberg, Forbes. But here, this is a video piece. This is the newest BS that they're circulating amongst the peoples. So look at this. This is funny.
Vaping robbed me of my sense of freedom. I no longer felt like I was even a self-sustaining person anymore.
I couldn't go 7-8 hours without it. It just took away so.
I'm addicted. I couldn't go a whole school day. 8 hours. I couldn't go 8 hours. I mean, that's how addicted that's how, if vaping is so addictive, they wouldn't be able to go 8 hours.
So, when I was smoking, I need to have
if the kids are vaping at school, obviously that's less than 8 hours. They're sneaking on, away in second period to go vape or whatever.
I don't know you guys, but when I was smoking, I used to have a cigarette like at least every hour.
Yeah.
Less than an hour.
Or two.
I mean,
yep.
Even when I was sleeping, if I'd get up to go to the bathroom or something, I'd light a cigarette and smoke it before I went back to bed.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Does this kid drown at the end? Because if he drowns, I don't want to hear it.
So they also went to the Aaron Bieber cinematography school because look, they're showing scenes of water in the scenery.
That's a metaphor for his lungs.
That actually looks pretty clean.
So many activities that I once loved.
Nope, there it is, the Aaron Bieber.
They took it from him. They stole it.
Now, this is the real cost. This is FDA money.
They don't have any brain worms.
Tax dollars. This is American tax dollars paying for this propaganda.
But Brian King said that they was gonna stop.
The real cost. This was released today. This is brand new.
I definitely live chasing moments. Once a year or so, I'll go to my YouTube channel, scroll all the way to the bottom, and I'll find those old vlogs I did. And I mean, I'll just be overrun with nostalgia.
Growing up, I was a very quiet kid. I did theater, but I stuck to the theater kids. They always were there to support me. I really didn't go on social media that much. And so it was more of an innocence. And then when I started getting very insecure, changing my style, changing how I looked, and I'd be like, oh, well, those are...
I had to vape because I was going through all of the same teenage angst as everyone else. I was uncomfortable in my body because I was growing and my body was changing.
And some scientist in UC, where is he? UCSF was looking at.
Not anymore. He's retired now.
That's right.
Yeah, but he does have a lot of people that are following his work there.
Well, and he's now a consultant with like everybody. Like he's a paid consultant now. He's not at UCSF. He's monetized. He's monetized.
Monetized more.
Well, now he's monetized for himself. When he was at UCSF, the school was getting the money. Now he's banking himself.
The quote unquote popular girls, I don't know what they're wearing. They're wearing those cool tennis shoes. Mine aren't that cool. I'm gonna go buy that pair. So I would try to copy and paste what they're wearing. When I started vaping, I would make TikToks, little videos and little Snapchats, and I'd be sure if I'm snapping the popular kids to be able to be like, hey, I got my vape. I vape, guys.
So
I was trying to become something I wasn't.
Shoes make you vape.
What?
Yes. Well, what those other kids in school are wearing, that's making me have to vape.
It's a gateway.
Oh my God. I'm gonna shave my head.
That's it. I was popular. I was just someone that vaped.
I felt like vaping robbed me of a proper high school experience. As someone who grew up in an ex-Soviet country.
Wait. Vaping robbed him of his high school experience.
Well,
Kevin, when you were in high school, when you were in elementary school and you were smoking, did cigarettes steal your elementary school experience?
No, my 6th grade teacher stole my cigarettes and lighter, though. She said, I smell it. Give it to me.
And to be really honest, I think smoking back then, back in the 90s, something close to 2000, kind of gave me friends.
Well, I mean, Kevin
go.
was way out of school by the 90s and the 2000s.
Yes,
Yeah, buddy.
actually I was. Yeah.
Now I at
I'm
least
106.
graduated. I graduated in the 90s.
Yeah,
from
my
high school.
My last year of high school was in 2000.
Oh dear God, you're 10 years younger than me. I graduated in 1990.
I'm with Nick. The government and the anti-people robbed me as well. Other than that,
Brian King robbed you of your business, or is
And-
going to rob you of your business.
And anti-vaping propaganda is robbing me of my adulthood. That's how you call it, right?
Hey, no. That robbed me of my color, my hair color. I used to not have any gray hair, and then I became a vaping advocate, and now my hair is all gray.
I love you, Nick. Patrick doesn't.
I barely like him. I don't know that I would say love.
Guys, I would love to finish watching the.
I was always told by my parents-in-law.
But you shut up. Yeah. I would love to finish the video with you. Whatsoever, I do have to go and help my parents and my brother go to bed. So I will continue from the chat.
Okay. Sayonara. Everybody go watch hashtag Safer Argentina. Safer.
Thank you, guys.
Bye.
Talk to you later.
So did you see Jeff? He came in. I was going to make him sit through this whole video, and did you see what he had to do? He had to throw his mom and dad and his brother under the bus and say they were the reason why.
Also, his popcorn lung treatment is due, so I think it's today.
He needs to take a nebulizer treatment or something. Okay, so let's watch this Ukrainian kid looking through records, complaining about vaping. Let's keep going.
I would have been his friend if he was looking through records.
Well, yeah.
Once I land in America, my number one job is to fit in. Vaping was one of those things that hit a deep chord in my immigrant heart of wanting to really fit in with people.
Okay. Now he's pulling the immigrant card. The only way that he could fit in with people is if he vaped.
You think if he's speaking the English language as fluently as he is, then he could already fit in a little bit. Who knows? I don't know.
Well, he could have come.
I'm not bald.
He could have made the decision when he was 2, and he came to the United States as a toddler and learned English.
Listen, I'm not.
It didn't
bald
say when
Nick,
he came here, but he
Nick
made that
Seaver
decision then that he was going to vape
Patrick,
to
where
fit
are the
in when he was a
brain
child.
worms? Where are the brain worms?
No. Now
They don't
now
have
they're
them
saying
anymore?
there's no more brain worms. This is all social pressure now.
This is a desperate video. This is desperation.
Listen to the music. It's sort of melancholic. I just wanted to be
True.
like everybody else.
True. You can eat crackers in my bed anytime.
What? Stay on topic. Stay on topic.
I was obsessed with high school movies, and I was so excited to make all those memories. And then vaping came in and just put a nail in the road.
I became very tired, and it just really has destroyed my lungs. I was neglecting theater, even though I had been a theater kid since I was 5 years old.
a theater kid. So this is all of the misfits. You know, we've done these videos before. They had the athlete, they had the scholar. Now that
Wait a minute.
Now that they've got this immigrant kid.
Patrick, didn't you have a photography club?
No.
Track?
We had track. Yeah, we had track.
Track field? Nature?
Sports. Yeah.
They chose different paths. Okay.
No, but what I'm saying is all the previous videos from this group, from the real cost, have shown like the popular kids.
Right.
That vaped. And how the scholar, my grades went down, the sports guy, my sports participation went down, whatever, yada yada yada. The attractive cheerleader girl. Now this is the theater kid. This is the immigrant kid that likes to make movies. This is the nerd.
Huh.
The nerd version.
Right.
Of the misinformation. No, the theater kids were in our school, at least 100 years ago when I went to school, those kids they couldn't have a party because nobody was interested.
Not according to Yolanda.
No, that's in New Zealand. They may be different, but here the theater
those
kids,
people over there.
That was nobody wanted to hang out with them. Except each other. It was,
I looked in the mirror and I just didn't like who I was because I had changed so much. I didn't recognize myself anymore.
I had practically stopped making videos or doing anything that I had truly loved. It just felt like something I always had got taken away from me. As soon as
I just want to know how vaping supposedly took away his ability to make videos.
That's the script, Patrick. It's the script.
It's not logical. I mean, if he had said I vaped and I got popcorn lung and I had to go to the hospital and my recovery has been so long, then I haven't been able to make any videos because I can't breathe or something. They could have really spiced. I mean, they should have hired me. I could have storyboarded this much better for them. I mean, this just is sad. This is just, two kids that were already pretty sad because they were one's a theater kid and one was in the AV club.
AV club, yeah, that's what it was.
We didn't have photography club. We had the AV club.
Well, until my popcorn lung infringes upon my vaping, I'm going to keep doing it.
But I wonder how many millions of dollars. I'm not going to watch the rest of this. I'm going to fast forward. How many millions of dollars did they spend on this campaign to build this, slick video?
This is the same. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I know you like to. This is the same one where they were in the warehouse a couple months ago, 3 months ago. We were showing.
That was the athlete and the cheerleader. That's what I'm saying. Is they're trying to do the entire Breakfast Club. So the first one had 3 kids that were sort of more popular. The Sporto, the socialite Club, girl, and then this one is the nerd and the goth girl. They're just going through all the stereotypes to make this.
You got to relate.
They're trying to hit all of the socioeconomic groups. Now they got the immigrant kid who's the AV club guy.
I want to show. Yes, I want them. Go ahead.
Nick says they're making money.
What? How come they don't have like a guitar player kid who stops playing guitar because he's? Well, wait a minute. I got to vape. I can't hit that note.
Well,
that was in a kid B.
That'll be the next one, Kevin. That'll be the next one.
Just say it.
My fingers don't move like they used to because vaping. Because my hand is always around my vape, and I can't hold the guitar and my vape at the same time.
Right. There's, imagine how popular they are at school now.
Well, now they got a little bit of cash in pocket. They can actually buy, Reeboks instead of wearing the $10 Walmart shoes.
Holy Jesus. When I wore Toughskins, I thought I was a part of an elite crowd. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong.
That your pants were tough, but you're pretty soft,
TUFF skins. Yeah, they were Kmart brand, of course.
I know what Toughskins were. Yeah.
Plaid. Fucking plaid. Oh my God.
Plaid.
Nick
says they're snitches. They don't have any friends now. if their video goes viral, that's all that matters. If their video goes viral.
Listen, they can get a TikTok account. They can get millions of views, and then they become ambassadors, or is it ambassadors for truth? And then they can take Cavell's job. She just retired.
Well, the COO left to go work for Altria, and now their CEO is retiring.
What? Jumping ship like rats.
Yeah. Going to where the money, following the money, follow the money, Kevin. So
what is this?
Here? This is the Daily Star. It says Teen Talk. Is vaping really a safer alternative? And this was published 4 hours ago. 4 hours ago, Kevin.
Well, this is topical.
So there's this picture here of this.
You're welcome, Chris.
But it says right here, it says sloth. I don't know why the word sloth is under this picture, but there's the word
How'd they get my name
right
in
there. I don't know. So it says here, make the switch healthier and better, small but mightier. I don't know.
Who says
that? That might be Kevin's. This is Kevin's motto right here. Small.
Oh, that's not mine. That's TikTok.
But mightier.
That's Paul.
These slogans are from real vaping companies. Vapor products, more commonly known as vapes, were originally designed for smokers who wanted a healthier alternative. Since smoking was known to cause cancer due to all the heavy toxins in cigarettes, a man by the name of Han Lick invented a vapor that delivered THC and nicotine into the user's bloodstreams. I have not heard that part before. I don't believe invented his electronic cigarette deliver THC. In China, he would have been killed.
I was going to say he'd be dead, wouldn't he?
In marijuana is pretty illegal in China, and they don't coddle their drug dealers over there. Anyway, vaping gained popularity with the younger generation and has become a huge problem in schools. It is also popular among any generation because it comes in fun flavors such as cotton candy, Sour Patch Kids, and even gummy bears. While some of the aspects of vaping might seem like a better alternative, it is still very dangerous, Kevin. Still.
What? My God, my popcorn lun's acting up.
It says here, vaping I skipped a paragraph. Vaping can still damage lungs and other organs. Metals such as lead and nickel can sometimes leak from the heating coils into the aerosol while it is being heated and then is inhaled by the user.
Sometimes.
Over periods of time, the user can experience symptoms of metal poisoning, which can include chills, dehydration, vomiting, and diarrhea. Oh, metal toxicity, Kevin.
Hydrate, people. Hydrate. You fucking
vaping,
don't know how to tell your kids to
vaping
hydrate.
can also cause lipid pneumonia. No, it can't, because there's no lipids.
Bullshit.
Regular, traditional, water-based chemistry of nicotine e-liquid. It cannot cause lipoid pneumonia, Kevin, because there's no lipids.
Will not.
There's no oils or fats in nicotine e-liquid. None. Zero. Unlike regular pneumonia, which is caused by an infection, lipoid pneumonia is caused by a buildup of fat in the lungs over time. Popcorn lung is another hazardous side effect of vaping. It is essentially a serious form of bronchitis that develops over time from vaping. This condition got its name because Sometimes individuals got it after breathing in the popcorn flavoring from microwave popcorn. Now studies have shown that some of the chemicals in vapes may lead to popcorn lung as well, Kevin.
Okay. That's how I got it. Oh, good. Now I know. How bad can you
According
be?
to
Right?
usnews.com, I have not heard one actual factual thing in this whole article, Kevin. Not one. According to usnews.com, 1 in 7 students vapes or uses electronic cigarettes. At our school, it seems that this is written by a student. It seems that the bathrooms are the most popular spot to vape. At least twice a week, I will walk into the bathroom and there will be a thick haze in the air from all of the exhaled vapors. In the handicap stall, I will see 3 to 5 pairs of feet. Well, that doesn't mean they're vaping.
Does that include the teachers? Or is it? Oh, never mind.
They could be doing something else in there, Kevin. I'm just saying, you get 3 to 5 people in the bathroom stall. They could be, they could be having some fun.
They're comforting each other.
Yeah. And, just saying. There was, this is a student at a school. It's Sloth. This young lady here,
she's
named
Sloth.
Sloth, must have written that.
Wow.
I don't know why she would choose called Sloth. I'm not reading this nonsense, but this is the flavor of the nonsense that's being reported. And, that's just one. That's a teen
who needs a lot of help in her literary writing. Isn't there an editor? It just said, "Okay, honey, go ahead and do that. We'll make you look stupid."
Now the student newspaper probably got a little bit of money from Bloomberg for that. No, he says maybe it's supposed to be sleuth. I don't think it's supposed. I think it's sloth. It's lazy reporting is what that is. But here's another one, Kevin. I'm a cardiologist. Silent killers are rising in the young, and vaping could be to blame.
Well, without going into it, that's not the problem.
So it says here, vapes could lead to a rise in silent killers among young people, a surgeon has warned. Jim Liu, Liu, a cardiologist at Ohio State University, said fumes that stress the heart, in quotation marks, could be a factor in the increase in heart disease among young people. It has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with the massive amounts of fat that people are ingesting into their body right now. Has nothing to do with the massive number of French fries that people are eating, the obesity epidemic. That's an actual real epidemic in the United States, by the way.
No.
As a fat guy, I will say that. Couldn't be any of that has anything to do with heart disease. It's the fumes, not the fat.
Look at your screen.
Are you showing an ego?
Yeah. He said ego. Somebody said ego. I said, Troop, look at your screen. They ain't far.
The rise in heart attacks could be due to more young people vaping. The median age for people to have a heart attack is between 65 and 72, according to the NHS. However, now I don't understand why they're quoting the NHS, but now they're going to go down here and quote a U.S. study found that the number of heart attack deaths in people between the ages of 25 and 44 has increased by 30% since the start of the COVID pandemic.
Oh, there's that word I wasn't going to mention.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't want to get in trouble, but, And another 2018 study by Johns Hopkins found that the rate of heart attacks in women aged 35 to 54 has increased over the last 20 years. Now, this is a sign of the quality of this reporting, Kevin. You see how this is the first letter of a sentence, and it is also a title for this guy, and they still didn't even capitalize it.
Even I could do better than that.
I know. I've read some of your blogs, and I haven't found as many typos in them as I've found in this one already.
Well, thank you very much.
Dr. Liu wrote it in Insider that the rise in cases could be due to more young people vaping. According to, now they're quoting another British organization, the British Heart Foundation, smoking is the leading cause. I don't think it's just according to the British Heart Foundation. I think you could pretty much say that smoking is the leading cause of cardiovascular disease, and pretty much any cardiac organization in the world would agree with you on that one. But what a lot of people don't realize is that vapes and e-cigarettes can put a strain on your heart, just like regular cigarettes. About 1 in 20 people in the U.S. is vaping, and teen e-cigarette use has increased by 1,800% over the past year, according to the FDA, in 2016 maybe. And vaping is also in the rise in the UK. A 2022 Office of National Statistic report says 8.3% of Britons now vape, up from 1.7% a decade ago, equivalent to about 800,000 people.
I don't like
Scientists say e-cigarette. So here's the thing, Kevin. If vaping has been promoted over the last few years in the UK by the NHS and stuff, how comes they only have 800,000 vapers?
Well, it's a small little colony, isn't it?
Well, yeah,
there's only like 900,000 people there.
We should just actually colonize the UK and make it the 51st state or the 52nd. Because America's hat will one day be a state as well.
We'll just bring them over here. I like all those people over there.
Not all of them.
Well, all the vapor guys and girls.
Yeah, well, no, yeah. But a 2018 study suggests that vaping daily could double your risk of heart attack, Kevin.
Might suggest, possibly.
No, that 2018 study is probably
Glance. That's a Glance study.
That's probably the Glance study that got retracted.
I'm pretty sure it is. I'm not positive.
Now, again, there's that same lowercase d doctor added that the rise in obesity could also. Really? The rise in obesity could have contributed a little bit, but it's
No.
So obesity rates in the U.S. rose from 3% before the pandemic to about 4.4% between 2020 and 2021, according to federal data, as more people increased their alcohol consumption and their fried food consumption and their, consumption of ice cream. And
what is a heart attack?
Yeah.
Right after you get popcorn lung.
In Britain, the obesity rate skyrocketed after lockdown, with 40% of adults gaining an average of 3 kilograms, government data suggests. Again, there's Dr. Lou with that lowercase d. I thought if this is a British paper, how comes they can't even follow the own rules of their own fucking language, Kevin? Due to the pandemic, people may be less active and maybe eat worse. This could potentially translate into worsening blood pressure, increased weight, and long-term health problems, particularly cardiovascular disease.
Who wrote this? He should be slapped in the mouth. What? Is
This is Emma James. This is
for Christ's sake,
one day ago. Emma James wrote this, Kevin.
Call small D Dr. Lou. I'm in Ohio. We can have coffee. Flavored coffee if he prefers. Holy shit, you need to learn how to write.
So now this one, Kevin, is actually written by somebody that we like. So I know that the grammar will be pretty okay.
All right.
This is from Reason. And advertisement here. I don't want to subscribe to Reason. I want the free articles. Thank you very much. So it's here. My daughter's school district warns that nicotine vapors could unknowingly be inhaling fentanyl, Kevin.
Right.
Again with the fentanyl.
Just like the cops.
And Jacob says it's hard to find evidence of this disturbing trend since there's no scientific basis for it. There's no way that fentanyl could be prepared and delivered via water-based vaping, and we don't vaporize it. It would never be absorbed. Right. It would never be absorbed. We actually had a scientist, the director of public health in Tennessee, come on and say what we just said. It's not possible. Not possible.
Impossible.
So anyway, it says, this week I received a drug awareness and prevention alert from my daughter's school district. As is typical of these communications, the message from the Plano, Texas Independent School District mixes sensible advice with alarmist rhetoric and misinformation. That is a risky combination because skeptical students and parents who recognize the anti-drug nonsense may be inclined to dismiss all of the warnings, including those that have a basis in fact. The mention alerts fake pills laced with fentanyl, which is a real thing, then adds fentanyl can be disguised as candy in order to lure children or kids, which is not a real thing. But this claim was especially striking. And here's a quote: the recent trend of accidental overdoses involving fentanyl is a stark reminder of the hazards posed by this very dangerous opioid. Please be aware that this is not just in the form of pills in our community, but also in the form of injectables into vape cartridges. The context makes it clear that Plano ISD is talking about nicotine vape cartridges because its warning is immediately followed by this. While Plano ISD has always had policies prohibiting tobacco use on campus, we know that the rise of vaping among teens continues to be an issue. The Round Rock, Texas ISD issued a similar warning. Here's a quote: a disturbing trend is altering vaping devices by injecting fentanyl, methamphetamine, and other illegal substances into vaping liquid. The fragrant vape juices make these dangerous and highly addictive drugs difficult to detect and can expose unknowing students to harmful and potentially deadly substances. So now, has fentanyl actually been detected in vape cartridges that people thought contained only nicotine and flavoring? ? Neither school district presented any evidence to substantiate that claim, which seems to be based on reports about two phenomena: people who deliberately vape fentanyl, and two, people who vape black market cannabis extracts that allegedly contain fentanyl. The first situation does not involve unknowing consumption, while the second seems to be imaginary. Neither involves nicotine vapors who inadvertently inhale fentanyl, because nicotine vaping chemistry does not mix with fentanyl. Period. Can't happen.
Imagine.
The incident described in the September 2020 bulletin from the DEA falls into the first category. In September of 2019, the DEA says local authorities in San Diego, California reported a suspected fentanyl overdose death. DEA agents searched the residence and seized approximately 5 pounds of narcotic substances, including fentanyl powder and multiple fentanyl-related substances. They also found vape pens, syringes, a pill press, which tested presumptively positive for fentanyl and methamphetamine. This case did not involve nicotine vapes or inadvertent fentanyl consumption. The roommate of the deceased, who admitted to vaping fentanyl on a regular basis, told agents there was fentanyl and possibly carfentanil located in their shared residence, as well as a fentanyl-laced vape tanks, not the same thing as what we use to vape e-liquid in. The DEA says. The San Diego County Medical Examiner said this is the first case in which they have found fentanyl in vape pens. Last year, the Rocky Mountain Poison Center warned that Colorado teenagers have been experimenting with vaping fentanyl. That cluster of adolescents overdosing on opioids clearly did not involve unknowing consumption either. On its face, the February 2022 incident in Pennsylvania more closely resembles a scenario imagined by Texas school district or school officials Mifflin County School District Superintendent Vance Turner reported that staff had confiscated 3 vape pens at Mifflin County High School. He said school resource officers found vaping devices were altered with fentanyl or heroin being injected through the vape liquid. It is not clear how the officers knew there was fentanyl in the vape pens. CBS affiliate in Harrisburg said the pens tested positive for fentanyl or heroin. Emphasis added that suggests the identification was based on field tests, which are often inaccurate. As you'll see, that is a recurring problem. Nor is it clear who altered the vaping devices. Were students deliberately consuming fentanyl or heroin? Assuming, if I was going to use either of those substances, but specifically heroin, I'm going to mainline that. I'm going to get that into my body in the most efficient possible way to maximize. I would not be mixing it in some sort of vape pen.
No.
So anyway, the link for this article is also included in the show notes, but it's a lot longer, and it's just going through many circumstances that are similar, that due to the fact that people have reported this or that in the same sentence, that they get intermingled. But yes, I don't think you can vape crystal meth in a water-based chemistry either. It would not dissolve.
Monday. Then Monday we're going to hear about it. They copy everything else.
I don't think you could do it.
I don't know.
I could get if heroin would vaporize. I don't know what temperature it would vaporize at. You could inhale that and it could get into the bloodstream, but I don't know that it would be an efficient way to do it because it would be diluted. I don't like that.
No.
Yeah.
That'd be like putting water in alcohol. I know that's going to hurt a couple of your feelings, Ed, but
I don't actually use ice at all.
Right.
Why would I just not
rock?
put the booze in the freezer and get it ice cold? Because it's not going to freeze.
Nope.
So here's one, Kevin. I like this one. This is from our friend
Jimmy Jarvis.
It's this piece. It just switched pages on me, Kevin. This is from Redmond.
Yeah.
Evidence is in on vapes as smoking cessation. Now we need urgency.
How did I miss this one?
So Richard Pruin says that it would vaporize at 400 degrees Celsius. So anyway, I am. He's saying that a really altered vape device hooked to a car battery.
Nick's like on it tonight, isn't he?
Nick's on fire. He just needs to send me a check.
Oh.
Yeah.
Look at all those names.
If you haven't noticed, Vapers Depot and VOM have still been on our header on Facebook for like a year for free.
Love them
because I haven't changed it.
Love
free advertisement. Look at that. See how nice I am to my friends. In a comment published by Nature Magazine, 4 leading researchers marshaled the evidence that vapes can be used as a smoking cessation tool. Professors Neil Benowitz, Ann McNeil, Nancy Rigotti, and Kenneth Warner began by citing the Cochrane database of systemic reviews that concluded there were high rates of certainty that smoking quit rates were higher in people randomized to nicotine via electronic cigarettes than those randomized to NRT. So they're saying in that one little sentence that vaping nicotine through the use of an electronic cigarette is more successful at helping people quit smoking than traditional pharmaceutical produced NRT.
That's correct.
That's what that says.
I don't think it's twice. I think it's like 10 times.
Well, it doesn't even say. It just says there is high rates of certainty.
Yeah.
That quit rates were higher. It doesn't give you an amount. It just says.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, this makes sense because vaping devices deliver nicotine much faster than patches or gums and mimic the pleasurable rituals of smoking. We've been saying that for many years. Now, according to the US CDC, people who smoke are more likely to use vapes to quit attempts than any other products, including smoking cessation medications. This is happening even as misinformation and junk science about vaping abound, as well as frenzied attacks by organizations like Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, Truth Initiative, and Parents Against Vaping Electronic Cigarettes. The comment contains an important section that details high-level government support for vaping in the United Kingdom and New Zealand. Both countries are light years ahead of the U.S. in advocating the use of electronic cigarettes or vapes, and focuses on vulnerable populations with the highest smoking rates like unhoused people, people with mental health diagnoses, and indigenous populations. I think that counts most of the people in the chat room, because if they're watching our show, they are definitely crazy. Just saying. In government-funded stop smoking campaigns, both countries enthusiastically recommend vaping and advise healthcare providers to counsel patients to try it. Some mental health hospitals in both the UK and New Zealand have vape shops located inside to make transition from smoking to vaping easy and convenient. I believe Richard will be able to attest. There are at least 2 hospitals in the UK now that have vape shops right in them.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's one in like Birmingham and one somewhere else. He will be able to attest because he's there. I don't know that he's in Birmingham, but he's definitely in the UK. Most healthcare providers in the US, on the other hand, are vehemently opposed to tobacco harm reduction. They wrongly believe, despite the FDA authorizing several vapes as appropriate for the protection of public health, that there is insufficient evidence that vaping helps people quit smoking. Many don't accept that vaping is vastly safer than smoking cigarettes either. The comment includes a table that contains guidance for healthcare professionals to help people quit smoking with vapes, a valuable resource when research has shown, incredibly, that 80% of U.S. Physicians believe nicotine directly causes cancer, which is a very, very sad statistic. Very sad statistic that doctors are in the U.S. and not just in the U.S. The study has been repeated in other countries, and the number is very similar. Somewhere between 70 and 80% of medical practitioners, people that went to med school, believe that nicotine causes cancer. That is a sad thing.
Yep. Very sad.
When someone's job is going to come to an end and another offer is made, how many people would actually say no? I don't know what he's talking about. Oh, I bet you $10. He's replying to Richard's comment. Yes, that's why tobacco companies are hiring, currently trying to buy up vape advocates. I have an opinion. I'm not going to say it though, because it's unpopular, and I want everybody to love me.
This concludes the nicer, kinder part of the show for Patrick.
I'm not. I said last week.
Don't
and
ruin
I
it.
repeat it again. No, I'm not gonna. No.
Don't ruin it. Somebody might like you.
If I will say this to respond to that, Kevin, if they came to me with a check and a contract, that said, we're going to hire you for a period, contractually required, contractual period of this long, of this many years, or this, and you're gonna work for us big tobacco people, and we're going to give you this massive amount of money, And even if we fire you, we're still contractually obligated to pay you till the end of the contract. I would say, sure, give me my big, massive amount of money. I want my 30 pieces of gold.
And I can still say whatever the fuck I want. Or
on my social media, I'm going to say what I want. On your social media, I'll say what you tell me to say.
Except when I don't want to.
And I will cash your money. I will take your money and fly on your private jet. And yes, I am your man from 9 to 5.
Oh.
But I really want to promote tobacco harm reduction and push for vaping across the board in all product categories. No, you mean I can only promote your products and everything I say has to be approved by you? From 9 to 5. But
it's 5:01.
in my experience, over the years, I know at least 6 people that were very vocal vaping advocates that went to work for big tobacco companies who thought, I'm going to change them from inside.
Mm-hmm.
And they're still towing the company line after several years. And those companies have an agenda, and they're not going to let you change their agenda, period. It's not going to happen. Period. They are big beasts, and they don't change direction quickly or at all, and you can't steer them because somebody else is steering them. Anyway, yeah. It's never going to happen. As long as you go into it from the beginning and you realize that you're cashing a check and it's a job, I have no problem with you. But, anyway, back to the article here, Kevin, before I say something that somebody is going to be upset about. The comment would have been stronger if the 4 authors would have been much stronger if the 4 authors had included a call to action emphasizing the deadly consequences of not endorsing the evidence-based intervention of vaping. Instead, they asked for greater consideration to the potential of e-cigarettes for increased smoking cessation. That tone is too cautious and lacks the required urgency. So almost 500,000 people die from smoking-related diseases every year in the United States. It is the epidemic that no one talks about anymore. The evidence is in, and healthcare providers have a critical role to play in helping patients quit. It should be considered malpractice if they don't recommend vaping.
No kidding.
The comment should also have driven home the point that access to safer nicotine products is about the right to health. My God, Kevin, did Hennig not just say that at the beginning of our show in our opening video piece?
I do believe he did.
I know he did. It's almost like I planned ahead.
Well,
the authors write, e-cigarettes are not the magic bullet that will end the devastation wrought by cigarette smoking, but can contribute to the lofty public health goal. This massively understates how vaping can prevent so much smoking-related suffering, has already reversed harm from cigarette smoking, and has saved millions of lives around the world by enabling people to quit. Vaping devices, together with their THR options like oral snus and heated tobacco products, are the closest thing we have to a magic bullet. Our urgent task is to get them into the hands of people who smoke.
I'm going to stop.
I like Helen Redmond, and I agree with her. Now, she is basically saying that these 4 smart people that wrote this piece, the original piece, was not they didn't turn the volume to 10.
Right.
That they were too nice by saying, instead of getting out there and saying these aggressive things like, if doctors don't promote vaping, they're that's a form of malpractice, so forth and so on, yada, yada, yada. I don't disagree with her. I think that these pro-vaping scientists should be more vocal and should be more urgent in their messaging.
You know, I'm gonna pre-rub, because I know you like it when I do, before I present with the Victor Share screen.
Rub it, Kevin.
Something that Dr. Rodu meant. Huh? What?
I said
where's
rub
my
it, rub
window
it.
here?
Oh, I like it when you rub it that way,
There it
Kevin.
is.
Rub it.
Yeah, I know you do. I know. See, you see Mike's in the room, right? We have to lower our voices.
I've been ignoring him. Kevin. I've been ignoring him because
we need to change the decorum.
Delivery.
So, if you thought for a second that the urgency that is, I think it's Dr. Helen Redmond, I'm not positive.
Yes.
I wasn't positive. Okay. No disrespect meant by any means. That it's not urgent. Listen, we've made tremendous progress preventing death and disability caused by tobacco use, said Dr. Dumbfuck on 2023 today. In 2009, 480,000. In 2023, 480,000. Just like folks who don't follow me at all on Twitter, where the increase of deaths or alleged deaths caused by smoking continue to rise according to who? 4 million, 6 million, 8 million. If smoking rates are going down, how come those deaths keep going up? How come these numbers keep staying the same since 2009? There's still 480 in the United States. That's interesting. That's very interesting. How much progress have we actually made? Dick, nothing, nada, zip, zilch, zero. So there is no urgency for these fuckers.
Zed. Bupkis.
Is it Zed? Bupkis. Oh, I like that one.
Bupkis.
That was for you, Nick. I got all hyper and felt like my hair was coming out.
Nada.
Zip, zilch, nothing.
But hey, I got another video for you, Kevin.
Oh.
You'll like this one. You'll like this one.
In vaping, both politicians and public health officials refuse to heed reality. Hello, I'm Steve Forbes, and this is What's Ahead, where you get the insights you need to better navigate these turbulent times.
Now, I will pause because Steve Forbes has put out at least 5 great video pieces in the last 2 years or so. I wish he would write a check.
Oh,
obviously, I don't think he's as rich as Bloomberg is, but if Bloomberg is spending $4 billion over 2 or 3 years, we could get him to write a check for a couple $1 million.
I'd hope so, but is
that 480 million? That number, or 480,000, that comes from CDC.
Yeah,
Steve.
I think he's right. As much as I hate to admit it, Steve. I appreciate Mr. Forbes. I don't think he's a doctor.
No,
because he periodically, excuse me, he periodically just kind of interjects and goes, "Hey, listen to this," with a very large audience. So I appreciate every time I see one of these, and I thought it was 6. You say 5, we'll split the difference. 5.5. Oh, listen to that.
I'm just guessing.
Oh, hear that, folks? He's peeing in a cup. So every time I see this,
I'm pouring a drink, my friend.
Well,
Lies.
That's what you tell us. So
lies. This is not my pee. This is not my pee bottle. The pee bottle's over there. It's a different bottle.
Forbes is on Twitter, obviously, and you can. It's down my line a little ways, but he's definitely worth retweeting.
I voted for him one time when he was running for president. Actually, he was a proponent of the flat tax.
Yeah, I remember.
Which I like the idea of a flat tax. Everybody pays the same amount.
Yeah, why not?
I like that idea.
Fair and equitable.
Yeah. Get rid of the IRS and everybody just pays the same amount. Or the same percentage at least.
Reducing cigarette smoking has long been a public health goal, but in recent years, both politicians and public health officials have been doing more harm here than good. The latest example is New York Governor Kathy Hochul's proposal to raise cigarette taxes and to expand the ban on flavored vapes to all tobacco products, the biggest of which, of course, is menthol cigarettes. The purpose, advocates say, is to stop young people from taking up smoking and to induce adults to cut back or reducing a habit.
Okay, I'm going to pause here. I'm going to pause here real quick because if I was a politician in New York State and some asshole come up with this idea of increasing the tobacco tax so that young people and poor people wouldn't be able to smoke, I would grab him by the scruff of the neck and say, where do you think that most of the people that are illegally buying these cigarettes are getting them? Do you think that we're getting any tax money from their sales? Because by and large, more cigarettes are sold illegally in the state of New York than legally. And use a tax, all that's going to do is benefit the black market in New York.
Well,
this is the stupidest, most asinine thing I've heard.
Jeez, Patrick.
I mean, this is stupid. Is stupid. This is somebody that has no touch with reality and should understand what the ground
economics
looks like in the state. To say, well, if we increase the tax on cigarettes, that's just going to push more people into buying them on the black market. And there's already, I mean, Nick was a cop in New York. There's already the largest black market of any like legal product. This is it's a multi-billion-dollar black market. Is the sale
Nick,
of illegal cigarettes in New York.
I take that personally. I am not posturing.
I have bad posture, actually. I need to
asshat. I'll accept.
I
need
to sit up straighter so that I don't have bad posture. All right, let's go, Steve.
Habit because of the extra cost. Nice theories, but they ignore reality. Hochul's proposed tax boost would give New York the highest cigarette tax in the nation. Already, this levy has been counterproductive. The Empire State has the country's biggest illegal cigarette market, or more than half.
I'm as smart as Steve Forbes.
No, you're not. No, you're not anywhere
For the
near
sales
as
of
smart.
cigarettes are smuggled in from either other states or from Native American reservations. Hochul's plan would make the unlawful market even bigger. Even her budget department acknowledges that the boost would reduce revenue. Bootlegging would rise, further undermining respect for the law. Budget officials also point out that banning all flavored tobacco products would reduce revenues over the next 2 years by several $100 million. Prohibiting menthol cigarettes, contrary to what Hochul and others claim, won't cut cigarettes overall. Massachusetts imposed such a ban back in 2020. Result, cigarette sales from neighboring counties of contiguous states went up, more than offsetting the decline in cigarette sales inside the state. Research shows that menthol is not the lure some assert people to smoke. In fact, menthol smokers take up the habit later in life than do non-menthol smokers, and they smoke fewer cigarettes. Nor is menthol more addictive. The quit rate between the two groups is the same. The teenage smoking crisis is preposterous. Those rates have been declining for years. Teenage vaping has not been a gateway to tobacco smoking. And vaping, contrary to says, safe smoking because of the terror that inhaling tobacco so lethal. Some supporters of Hochul plan assert that big tobacco, hooks African Americans to smoking through menthol cigarettes. The black youth smoking rate is slightly less than that of whites, and the overall white smoking rate is higher than the black smoking rate. When it comes to vaping and cutting cigarette smoking, health officials and politicians should get their acts together. Higher taxes are counterproductive, and so are sweeping prohibitions. I'm Steve Forbes. Thanks for listening. Do send in your comments and suggestions, and I look forward to being with you soon again.
Steve Forbes is a smart guy.
Was that? He is smart. Smarticles.
Smarticles. I'm actually scrolling through my Instagram that I have not opened in like 2 years.
What did you
I'm
do that
scrolling
for?
through because I stopped it because it was a waste of my time. But here's an old picture of me and Duncan Hunter, the senator from or congressman from California. Look at that face on his face. Look at his face. Look at that. He's in prison now, I think. He's in prison now. Oh, look, this is exactly what I was looking for right here. I will not let you make me a criminal because I chose to save my life. Some really smart guy made a whole bunch of memes back in the day about vaping.
I wasn't there back in the day.
This was 290 weeks ago. This was from August of 2017. I looked into the future and saw the writing on the wall in 2017. Look at that. There's a whole bunch of really cool pictures on my Instagram, by the way. There's me vaping. There's me and Fig. Look. Yeah.
I love that Fig way more than you.
Yeah, here's another one. There's more money in a crusade against smoking than in actually winning the war to kill smoking. Something an anti-smoking zealot would never admit. That's from 2017 as well.
Yep.
This.
Yes, Nick, I think so.
Yeah, look at this one. Banning flavored liquid is a death blow to vaping and a death sentence to smokers who might choose vaping in the future. And that was when Jersey was passing their supposed flavor ban back in 17. HR 1136, Kevin.
Oh, look at that one. That was a Duncan thing too. Steve Forbes, CEO, is Mr. Forbes.
I'm just look at all this Plume Room product that I'm promoting on my Instagram.
You're not promoting, you're just showing it.
It's almost like I've been friends with them for a very long time.
Troop.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was the governor's name? Hochul?
Huh?
Is that who that is in New York?
I don't know.
I don't either. I was going to present something to you. It was
whoever fights monsters should see to it that in the process he does not become a monster. And if you gaze long enough into an abyss, the abyss will gaze back into you.
That's
how long has the FDA stared into the abyss? I like that one.
Oh, it is. Thank you, Steve. I will share this then.
Hochul.
Sorry. Present. Sorry. The Victor share screen.
This is old school. Look at this
playing.
3 battery mod that I have in my hand here. 3 batteries, Kevin.
Look at all them hearts. Look at those hearts.
What hearts? Nobody ever hearts me.
On the one you got the thumb on.
Oh. Which one? This one?
They're very disappointed in you, believe me. You got 59 hearts. That's a lot.
On one picture. Yeah, but it was not an advocacy. It was not an advocacy tweet.
Well, no, of course
This one
not.
had 63 hearts.
If it's fluffy kittens, you get the love, and when it's real, you don't get shit. Believe me.
When it was
My best
advocacy
tweets
related
have
stuff,
2.
64. Vaping is a lifestyle, a hobby, an obsession, a life-saving miracle. Which one should get the most attention? Hint: it isn't the first 3.
Exactly.
So yeah, let me remove this so I can add this. Yeah.
So I don't like the way this is even presented by Ash, the bunch of fucking assholes up there. They're quoting. I guess they're quoting whoever the hell. I don't even care who they're quoting. Although I understand their worries, I question the logic behind opposition. They suggest Governor Hochul create a commission on tobacco education, which is in New York. Steve just verified. This is the stupidest fucking question I've heard. Do black people really need more tobacco education? Cigarette smoking is bad for you. Everyone knows. I just said what exactly does that question imply? Being this part of the question. That pissed me off so much that I turned my computer off and just restarted it. I was so fucking mad at him. Anyway, that's my rant for the day. And that, by the way, folks, is the Victor.
I'm going to go into Twitter. I'm going to go into Twitter here, Kevin. So there was a bit of drama, and this is about a week old. There was a bit of drama here. So on Twitter, there's this group called Quit Vic. Quit Vic. Quit
I'm
Vic.
blocked. Thank you.
I'm not. But so Quit Vic. Quit. What? I haven't been blocked. I don't believe. Let's go.
Because you ain't tried.
I actually have been. I was as dirty on the tweet as I could. I called them liars. I used harsh language.
How the fuck can you not be blocked?
I am not blocked.
This concludes my hate.
I'm going to find the tweet. I'm going to find the tweet here. So
it took you 9 fucking years to get Simon to block you.
I know,
but Richard's
right?
even shocked.
I have not been blocked.
What is wrong? What do you got? Like
now,
really nice smelling farts or something?
I don't know, but
you're a shill. That's it. You're a shill.
Well, I wish I could get it paid because but
everybody's blocked but you. How the fuck can you not be blocked?
Look, see, I'm not blocked.
Find that tweet.
So anyway, they tweeted that Cochrane Review.
Yeah.
The Cochrane Review was paid for by Big Tobacco.
Yeah.
And
there's Becky.
People dogpiled on them. The Cochrane Review actually even responded and said, bullshit, we're not paid for by Big Tobacco. So they retweeted instead of deleting the tweet.
Mm-hmm.
They said,
that's good.
We tweeted in error that Cochrane Review of Vaping was funded by British American Tobacco. We understand the review is impartial from a respected journal. Now that would have been sufficient right there. That would have been sufficient.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what did they do? They ruined it by saying, we also know that people who vape are 3 times more likely to go on to smoke.
Mm-hmm.
So then they include a questionable study. So here's my tweet right here. Once a liar, always a liar. Now I can't, for some reason, my @ is not clickable on here.
Because you're not blocked, but what the hell?
So
I don't know what that means.
I don't know what this means, but I am no longer able to, like, if I type it, if I tweet at them, my at does not link to their account for some reason.
Huh. Weird.
But I said, if you are willing to fabricate information once, no one should ever trust you again. It seems pretty status quo for tobacco control zealots to double down when their lies are drug into the light.
I don't know why you're not blocked.
So then Adam says, is that because the majority of vapers are past smokers?
Mm-hmm.
And it says the inverse, that 77,200 adults who previously never smoked took up vaping in Victoria in the last 3 years.
Click
now,
on that
I don't
tweet.
know. What, this tweet?
Yeah. Now click on the quotes. I asked them a question and then I was blocked, and I don't understand why you're not. And it pisses me off.
There are no quote tweets. Oh, these
Yes,
quote
there
tweets?
are. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So Plague Doc, Andrew Thompson, and you. There,
maybe
that's
they
it.
blocked because they blocked me. I guess I don't know.
Yeah. So.
Well, no, Andrew's blocked. Weird.
Yeah.
I asked him if that was extrapolated. If I could have an unextrapolated, no such word, answer to that, but they wouldn't let me.
So for some reason, I can't tag them anymore, but they have not blocked me like they have blocked everybody else. So I must try harder.
Pippa has a thread. Ask even Kristen come on.
But I mean, Kevin, look, they're not going to block me because look at my awesome profile picture. I changed my profile this week. I have the Elvis. I have my Elvis profile pic on there.
I saw that. Well, I think we should boycott you until you're blocked from them. You need to try harder. I'm a little disappointed in you. Actually, I'm a lot disappointed in you. I think X1 if you're disappointed.
I can't make people dislike me,
smash
Kevin.
like button.
People, I'm very likable. People don't do that.
You are convinced, aren't you?
I'm not very. I'm literally. I'm not. I am blocked by Simon Chapman.
It's 9 years later.
Yes, but I never curse. I never use bad language. I never do those things that get you blocked.
Well, I did call him Chimpman. Maybe that helped. I don't know.
So, I usually just bring relevant facts and data into my tweets. I don't get ugly like you do.
I don't get ugly. I already am ugly.
I've read some of your tweets. There are some quite ugly tweets in there, Kevin. I'm just saying.
I'm not nasty.
I mean, especially the ones with the arrows and the circles and stuff.
Now wait a minute. Now I did ask Gottlieb how he could tweet with one thumb up his ass. And then he blocked me.
I mean,
that was funny,
I actually got. I mean, the Surgeon General of the United States to tell me that I was mean and I hurt his feelings.
Oh, Jerry,
and he still didn't block me.
It's because he's fucking stupid. He doesn't know where it is. His handlers don't know how.
So,
fuck Jerry. Did I say that lately? I haven't, had I?
But, this next piece is from the website Psychology Today.
Well, we all need that.
The Psychology Today, and it says
we do.
Vaping is an on-ramp to addiction.
Well, obviously,
kids are becoming
addicted.
Kids are becoming addicted to nicotine at alarming rates.
No, they're not. For Christ's sake.
So it says here about 2.5 million middle and high school kids in the United States vape. So if there's 11 million vapers in the United States and 2.5 million of them are kids, that means that only around 8 million adults are vapers, Kevin. And according to the CDC, most of those people are dual users.
Mm-hmm.
So that brings the number of full-time vapers down to, like 2 million, according to them.
So nobody.
So vaping is not a big deal because it's such a small number of people.
Well,
It says once addiction does its dirty work on a young person's brain, there is higher risk for other addictions. And little is known about the long-term health effects of e-cigarettes, Kevin. That is so
why
sad.
you didn't know this.
Anyway, this is the second article that I blasted Sandro earlier, and he still hasn't muted me either. This is the second piece that we're talking tonight that talks about Hanlik, by the way. The electronic cigarette or e-cigarette. Now, I challenge this article that is written by an adult for the Psychology Today website. I hope that they don't include the fact that they claim that in that other article we read earlier that Hanlik invented the THC vaporizer as well. Or that the same electronic cigarette that he invented for helping himself quit smoking in China was designed to deliver THC as well in China. Anyway, the e-cigarette was invented by Chinese pharmacist Han Lik in 2003. Inspired by the death of his father, a smoker, from lung cancer, Lik wanted to create a healthier alternative to smoking that would also make it easier to quit tobacco altogether. The e-cigarette he came up with, and what most people still use today, pretty much, includes a small battery that heats up and vaporizes liquid that contains nicotine and other substances. You then inhale or vape that vapor into your lungs. 20 years later, more than 70 million people worldwide, including 2.5 million middle and high school students in the United States. True to Lik's intentions, many people have quit smoking with help from e-cigarettes, almost always in combination with other strategies, including nicotine patches or gum and or counseling, more proven methods. What began as a so-called healthier alternative cigarettes mutated, Kevin, into a highly addictive and profitable product that is getting young people by far the most frequent users in the United States. You see that?
Yeah.
By far the most frequent users in the United States. There are by
in the past 30
far
days.
Hooked at a very vulnerable age.
She was all right on the
up
beginning.
to around 25 when their brains are still developing and therefore are highly prone to changes in the brain structure and chemistry that occur as nicotine addiction takes hold.
And now that she said that, she's a dumbass.
She's a dumbass with the by far the most frequent users in the U.S. comment.
Well, she had to cap it off.
Once addiction does this dirty work in a young person's brain, it often puts them at a higher risk for other addictions as they move into adulthood. It is the classic gateway drug.
Oh, I love dirty work.
Now, my addictions are plentiful and enjoyable.
Yeah.
You know, drinking.
I heard you pouring that liquid earlier. Yeah.
Playing with myself. All the porn, my porn addiction. Those are very enjoyable activities, especially if it's midget clowns. I enjoy watching midget clowns.
You people with the rat comments, I trimmed my tail today, so calm down.
How
tricks the brain?
How nicotine tricks the brain, Kevin? The brain's
mental.
reward center, comprised of the ventral tegmental area and the nucleus accumbens, is vital in our survival. It controls our incentive to eat, sleep, fall in love, avoid danger, feel pleasure, and everything else we must do to survive as a species. All of those things work in me still. I still eat, as you can see.
Yeah.
I sleep. Otherwise, I would be dead because you will die if you don't sleep. I am in love with myself, so I'm still capable of that. I avoid danger and work as much as possible.
And you spend a lot of time alone.
I like to feel pleasure. So vaping has not hindered any of those activities in me, and I'm sure in our friends.
Wait a minute. I'm going to wag my tail.
When a person starts using alcohol or other addictive drugs like nicotine, the nicotine starts taking the reward center hostage by literally changing its structure and chemistry. This hostage effect is more pronounced and damaging in the developing brains of young people. After a period of steady use, the brain gets tricked into thinking it needs nicotine as much as it needs food, sleep, shelter, and so on. Kevin.
What? Because
I know it's been a while.
Yeah.
But if your significant other sashayed in that sexy way.
Oh, I'd drop you in a second.
Would you put your vape down and walk away from your vape to go enjoy the pleasures of adult companionship with your wife?
I'm going to intervene here for a second. I'm just going to give you a little bit of advice today. Not advice, anecdote. Wrong word. Logan had cavities. He's young. He's 4 now. He just got them all fixed.
Is that why you punched him and knocked his teeth out in that picture?
Just as hard as I could, too, buddy. You just mouth off to me no more. So mommy and daddy are worried about the diet, and I'm grandpa, so that's different. So anyway, he's not allowed to have certain drinks and this and that. And I said, you're depriving the child of pleasure by watering down everything. So Janice at the store today, she said, "Oh, apple juice, very low sugar, no added sugar." Came home, handed it to him, and his eyes lit up like a fucking Christmas tree. You know why? Because it tasted good. He was happy. Stop.
I think if I come to visit Ohio, I'm bringing that kid a case of Code Red.
Well, that's my point. Have you have any of you motherfuckers that write these articles ever seen a child hopped up on sugar ever once? Good God.
I mean, I do that to other people's kids all the time. Here's some caffeine. Here's some sugar. Go ahead. It's good for you.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to deflect off the woods.
Yeah. At this point, you start craving nicotine as a way to feel pleasure. Your brain thinks you need it to survive. My brain needs it so that you continue to survive. When this happens with adolescents, they start choosing the false reward of nicotine. How is it a false reward? If it makes you feel better, if it satisfies you, how is that false?
I love coffee ice cream. You get pleasure.
They start choosing the false reward of nicotine over true rewards like getting good grades, doing well in sports, bonding with their friends and family members, listening to stimulating music, and all the normal activities that you give young people. So I can vape and still get good grades. I can vape and still participate in sports. I can vape and bond with my friends and family. I can vape while listening to good music.
No, really? No shit.
I mean, my mouth is going to be busy vaping, but my ears still work.
And you're humming along and bobbing your head. I like it.
And I normally, Kevin can testify to this.
I've caught you. Oh, yeah.
I sit at this desk pre-show while I'm doing stuff. I'm vaping. I'm building the show. I'm finding links. I'm doing everything. And I'm playing music in the background.
And you're so talented that you pretend that my mic and my earphone aren't working correctly because you're like,
I do that every week, like clockwork.
Oh, you're vaping and drinking and jacking off.
Now, there have been times where I have done that to Kevin and his microphone still didn't work.
Well, no, because I don't know where the plug is.
Yes. And then you'll be scratching your head trying to figure everything out. And I'm like, is it plugged in? And he'll go, plug.
The fun police.
So now this next bit of this paragraph goes straight back to the video that we played of the sad kids at the beginning of the show that said that they did not enjoy doing the things that they used to do because vaping ruined their life. Kids may still do these things and gain pleasure from them, but there's a certain crowding out that occurs. In effect, nicotine takes over the space in the reward center And all day long, the nicotine yells, me, me, me.
Right. Yeah.
Not really. I mean, I go large periods of my day without vaping.
It's crazy.
Where when I was a smoker, that never happened. Like when Jeffrey was on the show a while ago, I talked about getting up in the middle of the night to go pee, and I would smoke a cigarette before I got back to bed.
Yeah.
I used to do that all the time. I'd get up and go out the back door and smoke a cigarette and look out at the night, watch the coyotes in the distance, smoke my cigarette, flick it, and go back to bed. Oh, what a beautiful morning for vaping. A November 2022 survey study, of more than 1,500 adolescents published by the Journal of the American Medical Association showed that e-cigarettes are powerfully addictive. As the researchers reported, more adolescent e-cigarette users start on their first nicotine product within 5 minutes of waking up than users. No, that inversely, that is bullshit. Because when I smoked, when I was a smoker, I would get up. The first thing I would do was grab a cigarette and go poop every morning. That was my ritual.
Absolutely.
Take a dump and light a cigarette. As a vapor, I don't even touch my device. Doesn't even go into the bedroom with me. It's usually on the counter outside. And I get up, brush my teeth, do my morning ritual, do my underarm deodorant, brush my hair, get dressed, and grab my vape on the way out the door to go to work. That might be when I first take my first toot off of the e-cigarette now.
Yeah.
What did I say? I said 150,000. What did?
Well, it was 2.5 million. The survey is 150.
No, but they're typing it into the chat room like I missaid it. I can't go to tape right now. I thought I said 150,000.
All that beautiful bean footage.
I can't do that right now. We don't have that. I don't have the ability to live review the recording. Yeah. The study's introduction does not mince words. Hey, Owl is in the chat room. Haven't seen him in a while. And they're worth quoting. Electronic cigarettes, e-cigarettes, are highly engineered drug delivery devices that create and sustain addiction. Early e-cigarettes did not deliver nicotine as efficiently as cigarettes because they delivered free-base nicotine that was hard to inhale. I still use free-base nicotine. Yes. He says, nice backdrops, gentlemen.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
We love you when you're not here.
Yeah. And we didn't even know that you were coming.
Nope.
Oh, I said 15,000? I don't think I think you're hearing wrong, Stephen.
He probably did. I don't know.
I can't remember now. So now they're saying that all e-cigarettes now use nicotine salts. I mean, that's what you're supposed to infer.
I can't
from this.
Anybody see any salts in there? Look at them bands. They won't focus.
I don't have any nicotine salts. I don't see
any salt in these.
Free-base nicotine in my house.
No.
This situation changed with the 2015 introduction of Juul products, which added benzoic acid to the nicotine liquid to form a pronated nicotine. That is not true. They didn't simply add benzoic acid to the nicotine e-liquid. They actually there's a chemical process that occurs where they made a salt, an actual powdered form of nicotine. Now, the formulation that is used by Juul does include benzoic acid, which helps it cross the blood-brain barrier more quickly than other nicotine salts. They have their own proprietary form, and they have a patent on their nicotine salt, but there are other companies that have also made it into a salt. I don't particularly like it. I prefer the harsh chest hit or throat hit of free-base nicotine, and I will not be using salts. I also don't really care for synthetic nicotine. It's too mild to me. And I have talked to my friends at Five Ponds about the mildness. I said, you got to do something to dirty it up a little bit so I get a little throat hit. They said they weren't going to do that. I said, fine. So meet the new nicotine peddlers, the same as the old nicotine peddlers. What's maddening is that e-cigarette manufacturers likely knew that what they were doing when they began targeting their products to adolescents. They were getting them hooked on nicotine so that they could continue to buy their products. So now they're turning, Paul just showed up. Tic Tac is here. Tic Tac is in the chat room, and Tic Tac says synthetic is so clean. He is now a peddler because he is a manufacturer, or he makes e-liquid. Troop is now a peddler because Troop has an e-liquid brand. So yeah, y'all are now peddlers. They're calling you bad guys. This is despite knowing the long-term havoc this might cause to young people's brains and behavior. These companies understood that they had a captive, susceptible audience that would respond positively to some of the same marketing tactics that had worked for cigarette manufacturers decades before. Make it cool, manufacture it to be less harsh and more flavorful. Flavored e-cigarettes remain the most popular. Show celebrities using it. Say it's healthy relative to cigarettes, because it is actually healthy in comparison to cigarettes. Package it in a sleek device that looks like an Apple product and make it easy to conceal and even smokeless, so mom can't see the exhale coming out of your bedroom window. Where do we go from here? As an addiction psychiatrist and medical doctor, all of this is quite upsetting to me. We had made such great strides with cigarettes among our adolescents. CDC data shows that youth smoking rate high mark of 36% in 1997 had fallen to 8.8% in 2017. This, of course, is when the e-cigarette craze was taking off for young people. Given what we are experiencing at the addiction treatment center where I work, there's no doubt that the explosion in e-cigarette-based nicotine addiction is already leading to spillover addiction and other drugs. Yes, they banned my flavored e-liquid, Kevin, so I had to start snorting coke off hookers' asses.
Bullshit. Oh, wait. Hookers' asses. What?
Well, if I'm going to snort coke, I'm going to do it off a hooker's ass.
Well, why wouldn't you? I mean, you've got a role model to. No.
It's so boring to do it off of a piece of plate glass or a
cardboard
coffee table or something.
Back of the Marlboro pack or so low class.
I mean, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it upright, Kevin. Here are 2 action items. First, we need to get a handle on the nicotine addiction scourge, and part of that means holding e-cigarette manufacturers accountable for their exploitive behavior toward America's youth. Note, Juul is currently dealing with 2 massive lawsuits. Actually, it's way more than 2, but they've settled. It is our responsibility as adults to make these companies act more responsibly and demand compensatory action.
Let me ask you a question, Patrick. You're a professional, right? You're a medical professional. Yes? Yes.
Yes.
It's my own damn question.
I'm a licensed medical professional. I was vaping,
fine.
Right?
If
I was inhaling.
If there are actions that don't scroll, here are 2 action items. Where in that paragraph on its own, and any of you can make a comment because it helps the YouTubes, and smash that like button. Where in that paragraph?
Tell your friends to subscribe.
And hit smash that like button or the hate button. We don't care. Where in that paragraph does it say I'm a professional? I have an answer. Where it doesn't hold anybody responsible but the people that are supposed to be the ones that help. Because I'm looking for the helpers, like Mr. Rogers used to say.
Well, no, this is all
what
punitive.
they're saying.
This is punitive.
That's all. All right, thank you.
This is somebody else's fault, so let's blame them instead of taking personal responsibility. This is somebody else's fault.
my God, hold on a minute. I'm going to have a moment.
This is the new thing, Kevin.
I'm going to start
when
the
you
ball.
are successful, when you are successful,
yeah,
you will become a target. Nowadays,
just
it's
above
unpopular. Now, I have noticed, okay, people hate Elon Musk.
I agree.
Okay.
I don't, but I agree with you.
No, I love Elon Musk, but by and large, he's unpopular. And now everybody is anti-billionaire. Because he's being, I don't want to say conservative, because I don't think he is being conservative, but he is upholding this freedom of speech thing that he's pushing.
He's doing what he wants.
A lot of people on the other political side, which he's a member of, he's a liberal. Like, he is not a he's not a conservative. He's not a Republican. But right now, he's being grouped in with them, and I believe they are pushing him that way now.
Well,
but because he's successful and he has billions of dollars, everybody suddenly thinks that billionaires should be punished for being successful. Now, I have not seen nearly the amount of hate targeting Jeff Bezos, who is even richer than Elon Musk. Because Bezos has no strong opinions on anything. Like, literally, I have never seen him say anything outside of, I'm going to build rockets so that I can go into space with my friends. Like, he doesn't make any sort of, like, he has great handlers, like that have a good mute button on him, because he doesn't say shit. He doesn't go on social media. He's out enjoying his life. He doesn't have any sort of morals or ethics that run counter to other people. But whenever nobody ever talks about, he's even richer than Elon Musk, but everybody's complained about Elon Musk's wealth because Elon said something unpopular.
He's targetless. Bezos is targetless
because everybody loves Amazon, because that's how they get their shit delivered to their house, like in a day, you know.
And Elon is vocal, and rightly should be in his position.
If I had fuck you money, I would be as loud as possible.
If I had fuck you money, everybody in the country would hate you. That's how much fuck you money I want. I want everybody to hate you, not just me. I mean, I feel lonely sometimes.
I would love to have fuck you money, but I don't have fuck you money. So, but if I did, I would be in the same position as Elon Musk. I'd be like, you know what? It's my money. I can spend it on what I want. If I want to buy Twitter and lose money, I'm going to do that.
Exactly. So Nancy here writing this article is a professional. She just said she's a professional in her professional opinion. She's never seen anything like it and has nothing to do except that little paragraph there, which is, you know, I didn't have.
She claims that she's a psychiatrist and a medical doctor.
Yeah.
So it says here, second, we need to do everything we can to help our young people make smart, informed decisions about e-cigarette. We need to do everything possible to make sure that they make their own decisions and then claim responsibility for their decisions, whether they're good or bad. Not just about e-cigarettes, about all. We need to be training these kids to be self-sufficient. And we don't do that anymore, Kevin.
No.
We give them trophies just for showing up.
Here, double plus good. Here, hold
that. We cannot. It's now against the rules to celebrate the kids that are more successful than the other kids.
You're killing souls
and score better. Those kids I guarantee you that they're within the next decade, if not sooner, American schools will no longer have valedictorians.
I think it's a soul assassination to me. To Logan's photo of me that he drew, I said, "Do you want me to take a picture?" Yeah. Well, he understands what that means, that I'm making a deal out of it because I'm proud that he's proud.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter the quality to me. But if you're going to assassinate his soul, well, you're going to just slide that fucking erase button and move on to the next thing.
Yeah.
No, I made a point to do that on purpose.
This person claims to be a medical doctor and an addiction specialist, right?
Right.
An addiction psychiatrist.
Huh.
So not only, he says, second, we need to do everything we can to help young people make smart, informed decisions about e-cigarettes. They are not a healthy alternative to cigarettes.
Mm-hmm. Well, smoking safer. Somebody link me to this.
This is a medical doctor and an addiction specialist. I bet you $10 if somebody came to him and said, hey, I'm addicted to heroin, he's going to write a prescription for methadone.
I bet he will.
Yeah. They contain a highly addictive substance, nicotine, we know about, and likely all sorts of other toxic substances we don't yet know about.
Well, see, now there you go. Short time.
I've been here for 12 years, Kevin, and I've heard we don't know what's in them for 12 years.
Well, of course,
even though every product that's registered has submitted their ingredient list, if not done the HPHCs and all that.
Correct.
So we do know what's in them.
Well, you can allude to not knowing, but that shows your ignorance and stupidity and uneducated fucking hypothesis. Alleged.
Yeah. Final point, because e-cigarettes have been around for such a short time, about 20 years now, little is known about their long-term health effects, but if past experience is our guide, there will be plenty of pain and sorrow to come.
Well, we saw that on the video earlier, how much pain and sorrow there is.
Yeah. The poor,
it's
sad
good that
teenagers.
I was worried about their little brainworm thing going, and that I'm glad they've cured that part of it at least. You see D-Kids in the room, right?
I did. I already called him Tick, and I already said mean things to him.
Oh, I was.
Are you wanting me to say more?
I was making coffee. I must have missed.
I mean, I'll pick on him some more if you want, but I already did pick on him a little bit.
Hello, Paul. You fuck.
So if you didn't know, I alluded to it earlier. The FDA has levied fines against 4 companies that produce unapproved vapes.
Oh, yeah.
So for the first time ever, the FDA has fined 4 businesses that have ignored its orders to stop selling unapproved vapes. The move is the latest escalation by the agency's tobacco center, which has been criticized in recent months for allegedly standing by while vape and tobacco companies ignore its rules. The move comes 4 months after the FDA took 6 other vape shops to court for selling illegal products. Yeah. Holding manufacturers accountable for making or selling illegal tobacco products is a top priority for the FDA, said Brian King, the director of the FDA Center for Tobacco Products, in a statement. We are prepared to use the full scope of our authorities to enforce the law, especially against those who have continued to violate the law after being warned by the agency. Now, again, I am not going to talk about the FDA video thing today. Not doing it. You can waste your time and watch it as much as you want. But he did reiterate in that presentation that any product that is currently on the market that does not have marketing orders is an illegal product. Period. He did say that. He did reiterate that. That is the truth. So, don't
you bunch of scofflaws.
I don't know why that's showing up. They already know where you are because you know what? You registered your product. You told them where you manufacture your product. You gave them the recipes for your product, or at least the ingredient list for your products. So they know where you are. And one of these days, when they get a wild hair up their ass, they're gonna go to a couple vape shops. They're gonna see what products are on the shelf, and they're gonna just start sending fines. They have the authority to do so, and at some point, with all of the assholes that are on their ass to do so, they're gonna do some of these. Oh, well, we just fined 4 new vape shop senators. You can stop sending nasty letters to us. They're not going to do it all at once. They're going to do a couple, and then they'll do a couple more, just to make it look like to the senators and congressmen that keep writing dirty letters to them that they will do so. We're working here. We just sent out 6 more fines, so we're doing it, man. Leave us alone.
Yeah,
us
we're
alone.
doing the best we can.
We only have 1,000 employees, sir, and there are 40 million vape products registered with the FDA's referral system. I'm just making up a number. I'm sure. I think at one point it was 11 million, but it's pretty high. So here you go, Kevin. This is a news site called Relevant. Relevant. And the headline says, "It turns out vaping is worse for you than smoking cigarettes." And this was written by somebody who does not want to be listed, so they just put relevant staff.
Well,
so there's a stock picture of some dude with, some hipster dude with a hoodie on. And let's see. Electronic cigarettes may have been initially marketed as a healthier alternative to smoking tobacco products, but research showing that both can lead to the same diseases continues to surface. And now a group of researchers are saying that vaping actually causes more damage to human DNA than smoking. And here's a quote. "For the first time, we showed that the more vapers use e-cigarettes, the longer they use them, the more DNA damage occurred in their oral cells," said Dr. Ahmad Bursarantinia, professor of research, population, and public health sciences at the University of Southern California. The same pattern held up in smokers.
Well, and people who are transferring from, they're not telling the whole story.
The study builds on previous research conducted by Bursarantinia, whatever, and his team, which showed that vaping has a link to genetic alterations as well as some other biological changes that lead to disease. Now, if I'm going to be mutated, I want powers. I want mutant powers.
Can you guys see my third ear? I'm trying to keep it hidden. I don't know. Nobody cares about my third ear, nor my tail.
You're going to love this one. The researchers recruited 72 healthy adults and split them into 3 groups: current vapers who never smoked, current smokers who never vaped, and people who never tried either habit.
Okay, then.
So, current vapers who never smoked, current smokers who never vaped, and people who never tried either. So they've got their control group. They've got a group of vapers who can't possibly have the damage to their lungs that are caused by smoking because they're current vapers who never smoked. And then you have people that are current smokers who never tried vaping. The results found that DNA damage was 2.6 times greater in vapers and 2.2 times greater in smokers compared to that of non-users. Vapers who used pods had the highest level of DNA damage, followed by those who used mods, which are larger.
Mm-hmm.
The team also found that sweet flavored vapes had an association with the highest levels of DNA damage, followed by mint and fruit flavors. Oh, damn it, Kevin. Only my tobacco vapes are safe.
Well, that's what it is, and obviously, clearly.
But my tobacco vapes usually have accentuating flavors that are not purely tobacco. Because I'm currently this billet box has my port wine tobacco, pipe tobacco, and this one is a caramel bourbon tobacco.
Oh, that's dangerous. Dangerous.
Yeah. So, yeah. TikTok keeps saying that he wants to. I mean, I'm waiting. I'm going to bring him in for the last article. We still have 2. So hold your horses.
Hold your horses.
This is for all of our pot smoking friends.
Oh.
Except that for some reason it's gonna. Oh, there it goes. There.
I thought it was me.
Not all vaping is the same. Differential pulmonary effects of vaping, cannabinoid oil, cannabidiol versus I have to accept some versus nicotine. So it says here, we're just going to read the abstract here for a second. Vaping has become a popular method of inhaling various psychoactive substances. While evaluating respiratory effects of vaping have primarily focused on nicotine-containing products, CBD vaping is increasingly more popular. It currently remains unknown whether the health effects of vaping, nicotine, and cannabinoids are similar. So it says this study compares side by side the pulmonary effects of acute inhalation of vaporized CBD versus nicotine. So they did in vivo inhalation studies in mice. That's where they put them in a can, in a tube, and force them into a thing that blows aerosols into them. We have shown you in the past the atrocious things that they do to the poor little mice. Well, they're not the rats, the mice or whatever. Yeah, they put them in a little tube and force them to live in a tube. Anyway, so it's an in vivo inhalation study. So now if I go to the conclusions, I'm just going to skip straight to the conclusions here, Kevin. It says vaping of CBD induces a potent inflammatory response and leads to more pathological changes associated with lung injury than vaping nicotine does.
Huh. Than that.
So I said it's going to piss off my pot vapors, but just letting you know, according to this study with Gochito, which we know does a lot of work on vaping, is not very nice when it comes to vaping. What the hell are you doing over there with the bling, 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 bling?
That's my phone telling me something. Oh, it's my reminder.
It's your wife saying, "Come to." It's your wife saying, "Come to bed. Come to bed."
Hey! Stop it!
Hey!
Stop it!
Good idea.
Stop it! Oh, let's see. Let me do this real quick. I'm gonna send the Tic Tac a private message real quick. It's been around for a while.
Fur licking. Oh, Richard, I'm glad you're here.
Private way down there.
What?
Here, let me paste this over here. I'm sending a link to
Tiki.
I might make him sit in the back room for a while. You never know.
Maybe he'll do his hair for a change. Well, how come you're botting now all of a sudden?
I'm not botting. I haven't said anything.
Ugh.
But I don't want to open the next piece until he's here. So
all right.
Let's see if he's actually going to show up after demanding like 3 times in the chat room while he's reading an article.
Tell him to share his picture of him and Dave. Oh my goodness!
All right. So here's our scallywag friend from down under.
Dickhead! You are not any prettier than last time I saw you. He's like, oh, you fuck.
Yeah.
As now, Kevin, you have this.
What?
You have this wrong. As you get older, your looks go down, and he is getting older.
Oh yeah, he's like 70.
He's almost
right?
as old as you. No, you're 70. He's
Yeah,
only 60.
I was gonna say, I think he's just younger than me.
Yeah, not
It
much
don't
younger.
matter. Look at that!
You're both
Look at that
falling
face,
apart
though.
in your old age. Look, he's growing a beard. Look at that. He's got the goat going. Look.
Yeah, I'm liking it. Yeah.
But I did see that he was
know.
I saw a tweet like a week ago that claimed that he was a big tobacco lobbyist. That he only promotes vaping for the money. I saw there were
I don't know why
dollar
you have
signs.
these fucking shills on the show like we do.
There were dollar signs, and
really?
I had to defend him. I had to defend him, Kevin. I said, I've actually seen where he lives, and if he was making money, if he was promoting vaping for some sort of financial benefit, he's doing it all wrong.
Yeah, I must have been doing it wrong for all these years.
Because
seriously,
I've seen the environments from which he lives, and just looking at it, unless he has like a room set up in his house that's really bad and shabby looking, so that he can live stream and make everybody think that he's poor, but he's really in a mansion.
That's what I do.
This is like one bad room in the house that he keeps like this, so that people don't know that he's actually a billionaire.
Steve, I gotta hide the ugly. That's all.
See, he's wearing a stormtrooper shirt, and I'm wearing a Swamp Thing shirt.
I'm wearing a shirt with a pocket.
I don't have any of them anymore. I wish I
can't
did,
afford the
actually.
graphics like you people. Hey, Paul, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well, Kevin. How are you?
I'm all right. Look at some green.
You can't see it because it's green,
No.
but my Swamp Thing figure is.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I have to turn the green screen off just so that you can see how awesome my Swamp Thing is.
You can't turn it off.
I can. I just turned it off. Boom.
You won't be any. Oh, okay.
Now look how awesome the Swamp Thing is.
Very shiny. There you go. That's better.
He's in plastic.
Yeah. Where's basket?
So what the hell do you want? What the hell do you want, Paul?
What
You're in
is the
chat
purpose
room-
of your
You're
meeting?
in the chat room demanding the link. Demanding the link 3 times.
Yeah, all right, clowns. Right? I wanted to step in. Someone alerted me to the point that you throwing, who would we say, Quit Victoria under the bus pretty badly.
Well, I did it so badly they still haven't blocked me.
Oh, what?
I know. What a dickhead, huh? The epitome of dickhead.
I still have not been blocked.
Wow.
And
you're one of the first few.
I called them liars, and I questioned the reasoning behind anybody actually ever believing anything they ever said in my tweet, and they still haven't blocked me.
But what gets me is the way that they've gone after Colin and Alex, like on a couple of their little tweets. And then our, I don't know how you'd say it, the idiots behind the NHRMAC or whatever it is, I can't remember.
Mm-hmm.
But them now saying to Colin, "Oh, we don't want to hear from you anymore. We don't want anything to do with you," and then completely shutting down the conversation here. It's not pretty what's going on here right now. Not pretty at all.
Well, I mean, it's never that pretty where you're at.
No, far from. But now it's getting even worse. and we are leading up to COP10, which I know that they're going to have a whole lot to say there. and the delegate from Australia is, we're going to throw him under the bus before he even gets there. And when I get to Panama and we're doing a show similar to this while we're in Panama, similar to COP9, but this is going to be a whole lot more fun because we're going to tell the truth. They're going to be telling lies in the next room. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm growing my hair back so I can look like David Lee Roth and I can get into one of those jumpsuits, and it's all about fucking Panama, dude.
That would be frightening.
Well,
because the Tic Tac will be in full display.
Yeah, I know.
It'll be like Yoko's display of yes, you need that little magnifying glass.
Really?
What?
Okay.
Oh, hey,
Really?
wait. Dustin
Somebody.
just turned
Oh,
28.
there was a tweet I did see the other day where somebody wanted to be in the Tic Tac Club, and they didn't understand the joke, and I replied that they wanted to know where it came from, and I said, oh, it came from a lady friend of Paul's.
Yeah.
Is that the one you had the cocaine?
It was
Oh,
it
no,
was a
that's
lady friend that first called him Tic Tac in the International Advocate Group.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I thought it was
That's
quite
true.
funny. I thought it was quite funny actually. But,
Yeah. So I mean, I didn't create it. I wasn't the first person to say it, but
No,
I know.
I did think it was funny though.
Well, yeah.
Oh, so
Yeah.
so have a lot of other people around the world now.
I would be embarrassed if Pippa called me Tic Tac.
Well, it ain't a Tic Tac. I'll give you that much.
Anyway, here. Let's do this. This is a piece from Tobacco Reporter. Time to rethink the FCTC, and this is Derek Yak. Derek Yak.
Okay.
Yeah, Derek Yak. When the World Health Organization drafted the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, global tobacco sales were dominated by combustible cigarettes. The emergence of new technologies such as e-cigarettes and heated tobacco products, along with a deterioration in attitudes toward global cooperation, have rendered many of the assumptions on which the treaty is based obsolete. During Keller and Heckman's recent e-vapor and tobacco law symposium in California, public health expert Derek Yak, who was instrumental in the creation of the FCTC, argued that it is time to update the treaty and bring its stipulations in line with the realities of a radically different context. Below is the text of his presentation, gently edited to fit Tobacco Reporter's style format. So here's the thing about the FCTC. I mean, it's right in Article 1D of their damn treaty. The words harm
1D.
reduction are there. Like, I have an entire tweet thread that I have bookmarked based on the fact that it is built right into their treaty that harm reduction is supposed to be promoted in their country. Tobacco harm reduction. So let's just read some of this. So active work on the WHO FCTC began with Gro Harlem Brundtland's appointment as WHO Director General in 1998. I was tasked with creating the Tobacco Free Initiative that would develop a treaty to address tobacco control as its primary goal. Substantial work over decades and many resolutions of the World Health Assembly adopted by consensus provided the elements of the treaty. Each element was based on taxes or regulations that were in place in some countries that had contributed to measurable declines in cigarette consumption by 1998. It was the first time the WHO had used its treaty-making provisions provided by its constitution. I will briefly reflect on several geopolitical realities that allowed us to make rapid progress on the treaty. I will then highlight several assumptions that governments and academics made at the time about what was needed before considering what is needed now. Brundtland, who had been Prime Minister of Norway before that Minister of Health and the Environment. She led development of the early round of environmental treaties through the 1980s and 1990s, and strongly believed that multilateralism through the United Nations system was the best means to tackle transnational threats to health, environment, and security. Our FCTC advisory team reflected those views and included experts from the worlds of disarmament, diplomacy, and international law. The content of the treaty was supposed to highlight issues of a transnational nature, leaving purely domestic policies for the individual countries to decide. Some examples of transnational issues that appeared in the final text include illicit trade, now a protocol, cross-border marketing, and scientific exchange. Pretty soon, the negotiations dropped that distinction and included national tobacco control policies that had weak to no transnational dimensions. Some examples include tax policies, bans on smoking in public places, cessation programs, and youth access initiatives. The WHO inquiry into the tobacco industry's decades of so-called interference in tobacco control policy and research settings was released early in the negotiating process and served as a constant reminder to governments about the need to address industry interference in policy and research processes. So they're saying that early on in the development of this, they had to include the language that everybody's talking. Every time you, like in Australia, for example, when Colin was asked, wasn't Colin, it was the other guy.
Alex
was
Wodak.
asked. Yeah, no, it was Colin. It was Colin. Was asked. No, it was Wodak. You're right. Alex Wodak was asked whether or not he had ever accepted money from tobacco.
Oh, that was hilarious.
So they're saying that they should that early on they had to include the industry interference as part of the treaty. That you must disclose your funding and make sure that we victimize those people so that their science cannot be accepted because they accepted money from big tobacco. At the start of formal negotiations, but separate from the WHO process, several leading multinationals and attorney generals in the United States signed up to the Master Settlement Agreement. 46 attorney generals. Not some, almost all but four, and the four that didn't sign the Master Settlement Agreement each had individual agreements with the tobacco companies already that were almost identical to the Master Settlement Agreement. So let's just be clear. Every state had entered into binding legal agreements with the tobacco companies. That imposed penalties on U.S.-based companies and funded a massive nonprofit, the Orwellian-sounding Truth Initiative, to tackle youth smoking. The FCTC reflected these developments and the underlying negative sentiment towards multinationals. Paragraph 5.3 of the FCTC addressing industry interference and the article that addresses litigation against the industry are the best examples of this sentiment. They are unique features of this treaty compared to other UN treaties. A whole cadre of tobacco control advocates and policymakers were groomed by the FCTC process to follow a set of actions that were felt to be most appropriate at the time. In fact, many called the several FCTC negotiating sessions carried out over a 5-year period the University of Tobacco Control. Diplomats and health leaders from many countries took part. Few had prior knowledge of tobacco control. Many are still active today. Most have stuck with the demonize, don't engage industry mantra. So they're saying let's not have sit-down conversations with, for example, vaping industry or vaping stakeholders. Let's just attack, demonize, and ignore.
Yep.
And as we will see later, This is because it is the easiest option, but not the best option. It requires no intellectual effort. This is a really long piece, by the way.
Yeah.
But so far, it's educational. A diversion into Adam Grant's book, Think Again. Adam Grant is a Wharton professor and noted author. His latest book describes how we are blinded by confirmation and desirability biases. We see what we expect to see, and we see what we want to see. Of course, most people will say, I'm not biased. Unfortunately, and to quote Charles Darwin, ignorance more often begets confidence than does knowledge. The greater the knowledge, the more likely we acknowledge humility, our doubt, and demonstrate curiosity for new insights. Too few people believe that Daniel Kahneman, a Nobel Prize winner for behavioral economics, does. He enjoys discovering he was wrong because he means he is now less wrong than before. What does this mean for the FCTC today? I believe that the WHO and leadership of tobacco control are trapped in 1998 and are thinking and driven by 1970s solutions. Let me explain the latter first. Most tobacco control policies were developed in the 1970s and led by a small group of countries: Canada, Norway, New Zealand, the UK, and Singapore. We all had strong regulatory enforcement capacity, elevated levels of local science competence, and high levels of education and income. The case studies from these countries formed the basis of global norms. In doing so, the weaknesses within many other countries, especially low-income and middle-income countries, in terms of regulatory competence, scientific and medical insights, became impediments to progress. While physicians led tobacco control policy development and science in the core countries until 2000, this has not happened to any great extent in most LMICs, and especially those in Asia and the Middle East and Africa. Policies have rarely been adapted to the development reality of LMICs. Sitting in Geneva, few understand that law on the books is not law on the streets. Just one example from the WHO's own review: cessation services and even nicotine replacement therapies are not available to most smokers in LMICs. This is despite NRTs having been on the WHO essential medicines formulary for years. So there's a list of medicines that the WHO requests every country provide for free because they are necessary for for people to have a healthy life. They're not. And here in the United States, NRTs are freely available, but they're not free. You have to pay for them. You cannot get a prescription for nicotine gum, for example, or nicotine patches anymore because they're over the counter.
Yep. And they're not free.
All these factors have meant that tobacco control has moved slowly globally, leading the WHO in its latest update in January of 2023 to state that by 2025, there will be 1.27 billion tobacco users in the world, 250 million more than a few years ago. That's not a sign of success. The WHO data also shows that smoking rates exceed 50% for men in many countries, including Indonesia, China, and Jordan. So smoking numbers overall are increasing. Because you have to consider the population in most of those LMICs are pretty dense. They're pretty high.
Mm-hmm.
Especially in like Malaysia, Indonesia, the Philippines. Very small countries with very high population density.
It sounds like it's done by design.
Almost. Let's educate and inform the rich countries and just ignore the poor countries. That's generally how it works, Kevin.
Well, I thought human rights was a paramount for the WHO. Evidently, that's all bullshit, right?
Well, if that were the case, there wouldn't be millions of Chinese Muslims in concentration camps in China.
Right.
And
Starving
the
children.
WHO and the UN refuse to make any moves to sanction or do anything to China.
Right.
Not that I'm, a big supporter of Islamic terrorism, but those people should be allowed to do whatever they want as long as they're not hurting me. And that means if they want to pray 3 times towards Islam or towards Mecca, that's their business. It's not my business. Let them do whatever they want to do. I don't care. 2 aspects of 1998 thinking that persist today despite profound changes underway. Geopolitics has become messy and unpredictable. Paul Tucker describes this in detail in his latest book, Global Discord. Multilateralism, as we knew it even a decade ago, has eroded fast. The major political and military powers are in a heightened state of tension. Geopolitical threats like pandemics and climate change are not being addressed in the spirit of a common future, as was the norm in earlier periods. It is very unlikely that we could have had the degree of agreement negotiated for the FCTC today as we achieved 20 years ago. That's true. Brundtland confirmed this was the case in our discussions a few years ago. Going forward, this will have implications for future efforts to update the FCTC or to adjust in the light of new evidence. So they're saying they can't get these people to agree on anything anymore because they're all bitching at each other. Russia and United States were almost friends at one point. Now we can't stand to look at each other. We're the United States is poking its nose in Eastern European politics that should never happen. We're going back on our word, which is something that America would never do. I'm going to take this off screen for a minute. America, I'm going to get political here, internationally political. We agreed, we signed an agreement with the Soviet Union that we would never extend NATO into the border countries of the Soviet Union. We agreed not to do that.
Yeah.
And what did Bush Jr. immediately started pushing NATO to start moving into Georgia, into the Ukraine, into Latvia, all the Lithuania, after we promised never to do that. So we're in the current state we are right now with the Ukraine because we are going against the word. We signed a treaty. We signed an agreement. We promised never to do it. And what did we do? We started trying to romance the Ukraine. We started to romance Georgia. We started to romance those countries that are buffer countries between NATO and the ex-Soviet Union. So if we can't, we're not even people of our words anymore.
No.
This Ukraine situation is occurring because we were friends with Putin for a long time.
Pretty much. Good or bad.
I mean, we knew that he wasn't a great guy, but he was, and then during the Great Reset, during the Obama presidency, when Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State, she soured the whole thing.
Yeah.
Like, she poisoned the water by taking a more aggressive stance against Putin. And today, now we have Putin invading the Ukraine because we started to romance the Ukraine and say, hey, you want to be part of NATO?
Wink, wink. Cheeky, cheeky.
But we promised never to do that. We promised not to do that.
Oh, stop it, Paul.
Don't tell Russia. Don't tell Putin that, Zelensky, don't tell Putin, come join NATO. He won't do nothing because if you join NATO, then we have a treaty that means that a mutual defense treaty.
We'll never do it to you. We're good for our word.
I rarely do I devolve into international geopolitical conversation. But yes,
do.
this conversation about us not being friends and not being able to negotiate with each other.
Yeah,
it's because internationally, nobody in that part of the world is ever going to agree, because we have a clear example of us reneging on our agreement. So,
but you can trust us.
Yeah.
Take our word for it.
Yeah. Clearly, we can be trusted.
Yeah. We'll never steer you wrong, ever.
Yeah.
Look at Paul.
Yeah.
He's so handsome. Look at him.
The FCTC ignored innovation. The FCTC does not mention intellectual property, nor does it tackle the complex issues of patents. Why? Recall that in the late 1990s, that was a period of major activity at the World Trade Organization and the WHO in relation to HIV and AIDS treatments. The question was, how could LMICs access the best treatments at affordable prices? So why is there no focus on innovation, science, and modern technologies within the FCTC? Back then, there was a group sense among the leadership of tobacco control that the tobacco industry was a dirty, old legacy industry. They would never innovate their way towards safer and less damaging products. Their last efforts to do this with lights were seen as a ruse. I hosted a meeting with leading tobacco industry scientists and public health experts at the WHO in 1999 during the negotiations. The aim was to give industry a platform to show whether they had plans to develop truly risk-reduced products. Unfortunately, they did not. No follow-up meetings ever happened. Article 5.3 in the FCTC got misinterpreted as a rationale to ban engagement with the industry, especially their scientists. It was intended to be a warning to government to be vigilant in managing engagement with the industry. It addressed common sense conflicts of interest concerns. Since adoption of the FCTC, Bloomberg Philanthropies has invested substantial funding to maintain the view that all industry science cannot be trusted and that so-called industry interference is the biggest threat to progress in ending smoking.
But they aren't ending smoking.
Well, at some point, they claim that they want to get rid of people smoking for sure.
Well, they'll just get rid of the people.
Yeah. A schism grew and deepened between the companies that have invested billions of dollars in transformative research on the one hand, and public health leaders advising the WHO and their governments on how best to end smoking on the other. The US FDA spends $150 million is invested $150 million recently through the Tobacco Product Scientific Advisory Committee expanded the schism in the U.S. Recall that the U.S. funds 90% of all so-called tobacco harm reduction research in the world.
So-called.
Yeah, so-called. U.S. scientists dominate global policy settings and media with their content. Skewed U.S. content skews global debates. How skewed is it? A content analysis of FDA research spending shows that academics in the U.S., including the American Heart Association, give priority to research that aims to show how dangerous vaping is to kids and, more recently, adults. It scantily addresses the best ways to accelerate an end to adult smoking. It is dismissive of technology innovation and hence has avoided patent considerations, and it does not attempt to find solutions, for example, for people with schizophrenia or chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. In sharp contrast, tobacco and vaping industry research addresses benefits and risks as they are required to do by the FDA if they seek authorization of their products to be deemed appropriate for the protection of public health. These two groups of researchers need to engage in scientific debate, yet opportunities do to do so have diminished as journals and conferences have banned scientists funded directly or indirectly by the industry. This is leading to a serious bias with implications for public policy. How can we expect to make fundamental change without involving those who hold such a major stake in the potential changes? In no other sector, energy, food, pharma, is this tolerated. So yes, the SRNT refused to allow anybody to attend their conference that has ever accepted money from tobacco companies or vaping companies.
Directly.
Right.
Indirectly is fine.
Well, yeah.
It's very misguided. Very misguided.
Yeah. Yes. What
Well,
an
the
educational piece this is.
This is, I mean, yes, it covers a lot of history, and I mean, it does get you into the, like I said, I've done tweets. I have a Twitter thread talking about the 5 pillars of the FCTC and their treaty and how they're not engaging in all of their founding documents. It's ridiculous. While the FCTC remains mute on patents today, they are a source of intercompany friction and litigation. A recent review of patent filings in China, the US, and Europe showed that tobacco harm reduction is one of the most dynamic areas of activity being filed. The review showed that while a small percentage of submissions addressed combustibles, the vast majority were in areas of innovation that are driving safer, reduced risk nicotine products, and a growing number were in areas of pharmaceutical and medical applications. I told you at the time, 2 years ago, when Philip Morris bought those 2 medical companies, that those were specifically for patents that those companies held on delivery. That is nicotine pouches, the technology of that particular company's own patented process for creation of pouches for use with medical products. They're just going to create their own process for pulverizing or powdering nicotine and make it be delivered orally in that pouch. They're going to have, Philip Morris is going to have an entire line, you watch, of snus-like nicotine pouches. And they also...
They've already been doing the study on it.
I know. I mean...
And the data sets now that they've got are just unbelievable. The scientific data sets that PMI and BAT, for that matter, have on those products are mind-blowing.
But they bought 2 pharmaceutical companies, not based on products that they manufacture, but based on patents that they held on delivery methods.
Correct.
So, yeah, and those 2 companies were blacklisted by other pharmaceutical companies. Don't do business with this company anymore because they're owned by a tobacco company.
Correct.
So, yeah. This fundamental shift by leading tobacco companies to invest in solutions for health has been joined by newer and often smaller separate vape, synthetic nicotine, inhalant, and related companies. Entrepreneurs backed by investors are now highly active in this space. The industry is moving toward a world where nicotine, freed from its damaging links to tobacco, could end millions of tobacco deaths and in time prevent a range of neurological and brain disorders associated with aging. Grant's call for us to rethink in light of the new realities applies directly to our field. Grant's call for a rethink applies to our leading public health agencies, and some progress is underway. The Reagan-Udall Foundation review of the FDA is a good start. The recent Center for Strategic and International Studies review of the CDC and the Lancet Commission and other reviews of the WHO are all represent a chance to make a fresh look at how agencies failed to yield the desired results during the pandemic. Sadly, many of these agencies and their leaders are characterized by the opposite of rethinking. This is well summarized by a wonderful sounding word mumpsisms, or a person who obstinately adheres to old customs or ideas in spite of evidence that they are wrong or unreasonable. Kevin is a mumpsismus. Mumpsismus.
I'm the exposer of monksness.
Don't be exposing yourself here, Kevin. You'll get my
Well,
channel banned.
Not on film, no.
Yeah. Hey, did you see that Paul has a really nice subtitle under his name?
I didn't see it. I could barely see it.
That's what she said.
That's what I thought she said. Oh, we love him anyway. Despite his tiny little...
I missed Paul.
Oh, my goodness.
Last month, the WHO's executive board reviewed progress in tackling global health. Its conclusion was that we are wildly off track in terms of reaching agreed goals for cancer, heart disease, lung disease, and mental health. Obviously, mental health. The worst pandemic in a century has played a key role in these trends. More of the same will not get us back on track. It's time the WHO recognized that technology and innovation led by private sector innovation is the fastest way to make progress. They know that to be the case for most of biomedicine. Embracing, well, of course, they embraced, advancements in biomedicine. They promoted an RNA vaccine that had never been tested. The actual delivery method had never been tested. And to this day, we are the guinea pigs. Luckily, I haven't gotten COVID. I'm one of the few people I work with. I think I'm the only person that works for the company that I work with that has not gotten COVID at least once. And I work directly with COVID patients. And I'm still getting a couple COVID patients a month. We're still getting them. So it's still there. Embracing tobacco harm reduction represents such innovation in our sector. It is the only way to cut tobacco deaths within a decade or so. It is consistent with the FCTC. Recall that the very definition of tobacco control includes tobacco harm reduction. Article 1D of the FCTC explicitly states that tobacco control means a range of supply, demand, and harm reduction strategies that aim to improve the health of a population by eliminating or reducing their consumption of tobacco products and exposure to tobacco smoke. Unfortunately, these harm reduction strategies have never been elaborated and defined. One could argue that this has led and will continue to lead to unnecessary tobacco-related disease and premature death. I argue that all the time. I know that Derek does follow me on the Twitter. I think he wrote this whole thing based on my tweet from a year and a half, 2 years ago. That's what it is, Derek. And I don't mind that Derek stole my content. Governments are being encouraged and supported to ban or restrict many products that could cut deaths in the disease. This is not acceptable. The science has strengthened in favor of vapes, nicotine pouches, snus, and heated tobacco products. The FDA authorizations of these products start with them passing the FDA test as being appropriate for protection of public health. So there's a lot more. Please go read the last bit of this. I'm not going to read anymore. I'm getting
the last section of that is absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, go read it. I'm losing my voice.
I can remember talking about these things with you, Kevin, a number of years ago.
Yeah,
and it's all just coming back to haunt us. And when I actually said to you and Dave that they're going to weaponize the delivery systems of nicotine and they want to control that molecule because they're now seeing the benefit down the road from a pharmaceutical angle. It's always, it's never been about harm reduction. it was always, how can we weaponize this and how can we make $1 from it? Always the way.
It's never been about, it's always about control, Kevin and Paul. They want to control you, and they want to control every aspect of you. They want to control how you fight COVID. They want to control how you quit smoking. They want to ultimately control every bit of food that you put in your mouth. They want to regulate and control how that plant is grown, how what chemicals are used to fertilize, what insecticides are used to kill the pests that would destroy the crops. They want to control every part of that.
Up to and including collection of rainwater.
Yes.
Rainwater.
Anything that upsets the apple cart, anything that is disruptive to the status quo.
Yeah.
They don't want that. They don't want that. They never want to completely win the tobacco war.
No.
It's like the drug war. They don't want to win that, because then what are they going to do? They got to have a boogeyman. They got to have a windmill to tilt at.
There's no money in that.
Don Quixote, I mean, that's what it is they want to always constantly have a battle to fight, because otherwise they have no purpose.
Keep smoking. We need the money.
If they embrace the innovation, if they embrace the technology, if they embrace the evolving nature of this business model, cigarette manufacturers are going to make cigarettes. They're going to sell them. They claim they want to sell fewer of them, and they want to sell these new products. Now, we had Gerlitz on the show a while ago, and he said if they really wanted to quit selling cigarettes, why not just stop selling cigarettes? Why do they have to wait 10 years? Why not just say, tomorrow we're not going to sell cigarettes anymore. Here's our heated tobacco product. Here's our nicotine pouch. This is what we're selling now.
Because governments would collapse.
If they really wanted to. I don't think they really want to, though, because it's still lucrative for them. They're still making money.
Stockholders.
So,
well, you see the companies, though, now diversifying into other technologies. And when they do that, I don't care if it's a tobacco company, if it's an alcohol company, whatever. If they're diversifying into something that's harm reduction in any way, shape, or form, they shouldn't be scolded for doing it. They should be applauded. Simple as that.
I mean, look, when the COVID first hit, I'm pretty sure it was Philip Morris. Philip Morris or RG. It was one of the. I think it was Philip Morris. Bought or manufactured thousands of respirators because.
Skip.
Did you see Kim just came in? Kim's here.
Skip.
Kim's here. She says that she forgot what day it was. I know in your advanced age that sometimes memory is problematic. That you might forget what day of the week it is, Kim. But
you talking to me or her?
We forgive you. But they were being shamed by people, by like presidents of health associations that said, "Oh, anybody that accepts these respirator machines from tobacco companies should be ashamed of themselves."
That's right.
Instead of worrying about the people that are at the time, they thought that people needed the people that had COVID were going to need that respirator.
That's exactly what they already do.
But actually, no, we found out that after they had pushed them for so long, they realized that they were not getting the outcomes that they thought they would with the respirator, and actually doing more damage to people's lungs with the protocols that they were pushing. So yeah. I don't think it was Greece. It was it was one of the Scandinavian countries. It was either Norway or Sweden or Finland. I seem to remember it was one of those three. But regardless, if somebody offers you a hand, you don't slap it.
Look at the parallel, though. The tobacco company says, hey, we're going to make something that's safer. And people still enjoy it. And then they go, no, we can't do that. Hey, we got something here that we're going to try to help save lives with. No, you can't do that either.
No.
The fuck is wrong with you people?
That's the question that we've been asking here the whole time recently. It's we want to do something right, and you guys just keep slapping us up the side of the head. And we can't understand it. It's a really fucked up situation.
Yeah.
Such language.
There's times.
Fucked up.
There's times because Skip's in the room. There are times that I try to be kind. And then there are times where I think 30, 40 years from now, my grandson's going to be watching one of these podcasts thinking, why was he being so nice? That's not like him.
Well,
I'm on a fence sometimes, Oh, we covered the Forbes. Oh, yes.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, that's the.
Oh no, that's
the ventilators.
Oh, Greek.
It was Greek.
Yeah, ventilators. That's what I was talking about. I was wrong. I said I thought.
I couldn't remember. I did not.
I
I woke Janice up. Now I'm in trouble.
Yeah, that's it. Bastard says also the Turkish earthquake. I don't remember which tobacco company it was, but they wanted to give 1.6 million to the Turkish earthquake. And that got rejected by the Annies. And I thought, what the fuck are you guys on about? Seriously. What? It's money. It helps people. Like, I've been reading the figures on it recently, and I went, whoa, that's a lot more than what I thought. But, what do we know? We're just harm reduction people. We know nothing, apparently.
Yep.
Here, I'm gonna add some new. I'm gonna add some new WAV files.
WAV files. What? That you're wrong?
I'm never wrong.
Yeah. Well, we're going to timestamp that, Skip. Don't worry about it.
Skip's requesting a meme and all kinds of fun stuff.
Yep. Yeah. Shit's going to get real on Twitter. Shit's going to get real on Twitter now, Patrick. You fucked up, and Skip's all over it. Like shit to a blanket.
It's not my fault. It's not my fault that I don't get that I'm much more pleasant on Twitter than I am in real life.
Last week you also said last week you were wrong. I forget what it was.
Really?
Oh, I never said that. You weren't even here.
I was listening.
You weren't even here.
I listened.
We got entirely too many troublemakers here.
No, we've gone and woke Janice up, so I gotta go because she's gonna kick my ass, and I don't want to have that.
You got to hear. You got to hear my last Twitter, or my last new. This is my rule for Twitter right here.
I want you to be nice until it's time to not be nice.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So if Kevin's going away,
yeah.
If Kevin's going away, say goodbye. How do you say goodbye to people since you woke Janice up, you bastard?
I don't want to get hit, so there you go.
Run and hide.
Yeah.
I'm going to do it very quietly.
It's called the doghouse.
Yeah. So Paul, I know that you came on at the last minute, but how do you want to say goodbye to our friends tonight?
I just want to say, be nice to people.
Said that.
When you can be.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll play it again.
I want you to be nice until it's time to not be nice.
See?
Well, I've got to that point in time now regarding Australia and regarding our experts and doctors and other medical staff that are actually trying to get into the fight. But I'm getting to the point now where what they're saying and what they're doing to people and trying to drag them through the mud over and over again until something sticks, you know, go fuck yourself, because it's game on for me right now. And some of the stuff that's been coming out of here and the rhetoric from especially Quick Victoria, Cancer Council, Lung Foundation, all the body part orgs, you know, it's time to stop funding them, especially Quick Victoria, you know. And New South Wales, now that we've got an election coming up, I hope that we see some changes here and we can actually sit down with government and put together a policy that will help people, not hinder people.
Now,
and
not to piss all over your Wheaties,
right,
but there have been multiple times in the last 3 or 4 years that you and I have been talking, where it sounded almost like it was like that was going to happen, where you were invited to have meetings with these people, and it always sounded really good, like something good was going to happen, and then something happened and the rug got pulled out from under you.
Every single time we thought we were going forward with something, and I'm going to start blaming people now. Sandro, out of nowhere, like Dr. TV Sandro, he's the Australian version of Dr. Phil, right? He needs to go. He needs to be shut down and shut off the air completely, right? He doesn't need a voice here in Australia. The ilk of Chapman and Dwalb and Freeman and the rest of them, they all need to shut up as well. Read the science. Read the science for a change. If you can't read a book or you can't read a paper, get someone to translate it or put it into Adobe and it will read it to you. Simple as that. There are ways to do things here. Stop throwing what was growing into a beautiful industry here in Australia, and we were crushing the numbers. And now where it was at $17 billion for tobacco products here or combustibles, now it's creeped down to about 15. They're seeing that this technology is actually taking away from that. But I don't think we've done enough here yet. And
here, I got a video. I got a video piece for you, Kevin. Or not Kevin.
Sure.
Tic Tac. Watch this.
Yeah, sure.
This is from your country.
Acquaintance drunk. She was at school. Experts say the issue is now so serious, race against the clock to prevent a new generation becoming to nicotine. Amelia Brooks' exclusive report.
Sarah Gier remembers the moment she discovered her 12-year-old daughter vaped.
Honestly, I was mortified.
The mother of 3 found a vape in her school bag. She wasn't alone.
It's completely imploded now. To some extent, we've left too late. The urgency behind it now, you would not believe how teenagers
more likely to take up smoking. Some products have.
Now, Paul, this is a newscast in Australia, and they actually have footage of a high school girl vaping in the bathroom. Did they actually ask this child to go into the bathroom and do something illegal?
I'm very curious about that myself now. I'm very curious.
Yeah.
Or who was the actor that they put in?
Just to get it on video. Yeah, just to get it on video, they actually had to say, "Hey, Mom says you vape, so would you go to the bathroom at school and vape in the bathroom so that we can get footage?"
3 times more smoking. some product the equivalent nicotine of hundreds of cigarettes.
Wow.
So if that disposable vape lasts somebody a week or 2 weeks, because it holds the same amount of nicotine that 100 cigarettes, if you did a half a pack a day, and your disposable 3,000 puff e-cigarette lasts you the same amount of time that you would have normally smoked 100 cigarettes.
Yeah.
Isn't that? I mean, they're making a big deal about. I mean, this is the new messaging. Oh well, it has the same nicotine as 100 cigarettes. How? But it lasts you the same amount of time, or even more time, than you would have smoked 100 cigarettes.
Yeah, but the other question that I have regarding that is they're not seeing this as harm reduction. If it was a combustible product, then there'd be, everyone would be up in arms over it. But 7 News can't be trusted, never have been trusted here in Australia. And
it's almost like the genie's gone to put it
back.
Want to undo decades of really amazing leading work in tobacco control away from us.
From anti-smoking campaigns to anti-vaping, the first campaign of its kind will be released later this year.
Now, that's a whistle tip? Why are they?
That's
why are they putting it in their mouth?
Again, that's very interesting. There's so many flaws in this, it's not funny. I know what that product is.
This is all staged.
100%. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
100% bullshit.
Right. Private schools, including Aquinas College and Presbyterian College, have got on the front foot installing vape detectors in toilets, but in public schools.
Now, these are universities.
No,
that are now spying on schools. Adult students.
No, these are private.
They said university.
Private. No.
I thought you said universities.
Detectors in toilets.
No, these are private schools here.
Oh.
Private schools, including Aquinas College and
Well, a private is not Aquinas College a college?
No, it's an exclusive private school.
So it's not a private college, but a private primary school.
It's high school.
No.
Presbyterian College have installing vape detectors in toilets.
Wow. The amount of
so those are not universities.
No, God no.
It's but in public schools on the agenda. The Education Department says it isn't aware of any schools planning on installing them. Sarah, with the state government to do more.
Let's stop young kids being able to order them on the internet and just come through. And
now, Mom, how is your child able to order something off the internet? Are you giving them your credit card? Are you not monitoring the purchases on your cards? Is it the state's job to parent your child, or is it your responsibility to parent your child?
Well, every card here in Australia, every debit card now either holds a Visa or a MasterCard logo, right? So it acts exactly the same. Obviously, they're bypassing a few bits and pieces here, but
But to buy something on the internet and to pay for it, you have to use an account that is some way or shape, whether you're doing it with a Cash App or Venmo or PayPal. That money has got to be coming out of mommy and daddy's account.
No, because children here in Australia now get a subsidy from the government for actually going to school. And a lot of the kids actually have a hold of that money now. So they're using their own money for the most part. Yeah.
The what?
Yeah.
They get paid. They get paid to go to school.
Yeah, correct.
Fuck. What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I want my 24 years of primary school and college return. I want to be back paid.
Oh, well, same here, dude. I want my degrees paid for. You know, I paid for them myself.
Well, I paid all of my college, all of my student loans are paid.
Yeah.
Have been paid. But I would like to be reimbursed. Thank you very much.
Let's something about how many doors around
In to take the puff out of the ground. Amelia Brune.
That's a stage shot. That one, like a whistle tip.
But that's from your homeland, my friend.
And
that's American. That's American propaganda that is now being regurgitated in your prison colony.
Yeah, but now it's
That's
more
bullshit.
weaponized. It's more weaponized here in Australia now than what I've ever seen anywhere else in the world. It's
no, that's the youth vaping epidemic. When that shit happened, in addition to the E-Valley.
Oh god.
I mean,
well, they're now saying
that destroyed the entire.
Yeah.
That destroyed like 80% of the industry in the United States in a very short amount of time.
But now they're saying that they've got more cases of Avali here in Australia, and I'm just laughing at it. I'm going, really? You need to prove your point, because it's not happening. 100%. And they're not doing it.
I did apologize to Jeffrey when we were talking with Jeffrey Zamora at the beginning of the show about how they have imported in their country our exported BS. So, and I've already apologized to New Zealand and Australia in the past for our BS exported to your country. So, I just will repeat that previous apology that our lies have been spread into your country. But anyway, these earbuds hurt my ears. So I'm going to say goodnight to everybody. Have a good weekend. Stay out of trouble. Enjoy yourselves. Do all the things that you want to do. Have some fun. Have a drink. And let's end. I didn't play the 1984, and I will end with 1984 and the Constitution, or the Declaration. So anyway, good night. Bye.
The question: how does one man assert power over another? Obedience is not enough. Power is inflicting pain and humiliation, otherwise you cannot be sure. Power is tearing human minds apart and putting them together again in new shapes of your own choosing. Power is not a means, it is an end. All competing pleasures we will destroy. If you want a vision of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly all experience hath shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer, while evils are sufferable, than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty, to throw off such government and to provide new gods for their future security.